Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat a pan, crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon.
And your boy, right in the on the
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat a pan, crazy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, Spoon TV. Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon.
and your boy, right in the South Bend, Georgians on the radio.
to get your information. To the school to be class. School, school, school television. School, school, school. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
I tell you, once you hear this song, you know what it means. It's a special track for your program, Spoon Talk, your top-notch program. This program is where everybody gather every night, Monday to Sunday, to listen to what is happening in Liberia, where, you know, the CEO comes on and the rest of the panelists. So analyze all of those things that are happening in your country. So if you're outside of Liberia, this is where you get credible information. If you are here in Liberia, good luck. You are so blessed. People gather at this time of the night every day just to get all the information they need when it comes to their country. Mama Liberia. Yes, from the border point, even outside of Liberia, people are like that. Talking about Africa, the sub-region, wherever we say welcome. Welcome, this is Spoon Talk. We welcome you wherever you are, whatever is time in your own continent or province or your country, your community. One thing I know, everywhere you turn right now, Spoon Talk is on, and so everybody is listening, everybody is watching. We are live on Spoon TV, we are live on Fabric TV, we are live on Super TV. We are also live on Spoon Talk on YouTube. Subscribe, hit the notification button. So whenever we go live, get the notification that Spoon Talk is live on YouTube. Please share the show. And so while you watch the show and listen to the show, you can still win yourself lots of cash. Just that *255*2 hash.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening.
And for 100 Liberty, you stand a chance to win 5,000, 10,000. I'm going to get a lot of cash
in Morovia.
And so for you listening, make some money. The weekend is already here.
Happening in Africa.
It's time to pay that school fees. Get some money in your pocket.
To spoon you ain't
until tomorrow before you hustle. That is up to you. But different things have been happening across the country. So many thanks to all of our reporters and contributors.
You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians.
And so the House of Representatives orders investigation into fake medical credentials scandal. I've been hearing stories trending about this doctor. We're going to talk about that a little bit. The House of Representatives have mandated its Committee on Health to investigate the alarming issue of fraudulent medical credentials within Liberia's healthcare. You already know there are lots of people within the healthcare who are not medical practitioners, yet they are practicing to be doctors and carry on fake surgeries, and this has led to a lot of people, dying and losing parts of their organs. We have been talking about that on different programs right here on SpoonNet. Presidential Press Secretary Kula Fofana updates the public on yesterday's incident involving the president's jet and the RIA. It has been discussed across the country. People have been wondering what has been happening. discussed last night on Phone Talk. Maybe again tonight, the CEO and the rest of the panelists are going to, talk about it a little bit. Common speaker Jay Fanatico Fight Returns, Liberia Council of Churches Award, says he is not worth it. He said, I'm partying, hey, so give me a award. For me, I am not worth it.
The children crying for starvation, just don't smoke. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't smoke.
And so, former House Speaker Fanatico Fight Returns, Liberia Council of Churches Award, says he's not worth it.
Politicians want to make their decision, just don't.
The council had extended an invitation to Kofa to receive a prestigious award. Well, former speaker says he's not worth it.
Yeah.
And then 6 African Americans have been granted Liberian resident permit, thus leading to the pathway to obtaining full citizenship in Liberia. Good news for Liberia. Different stories across the country. I know you have some things on your mind that you want to talk about. You are welcome. Don't you forget to keep playing the Win Liberia game right here on Phone Talk, dialing star 255 star 2 hash.
You got this
Win yourself 5,000, 10,000, lots and lots of money.
Yeah. Don't just smoke. You want to get a news update, don't just smoke.
And so I'm going to open the line 077771075 055510175. Let me give you the chance to share the show.
What I want? Yes, what you TV. Yes, what you want?
All right, so welcome back to your program, your top provoking program. This is where, people gather, scholars gather, everybody gather to discuss Liberia. This is where the people come to listen to what happens in a country, what is happening in a country, what has happened in the country. Everything is right here on Spoon Talk. And CEO Stanton A. Witherspoon is going to come on with the rest of the panelists. They are going to line up here tonight to bring forth different points to be discussed. But let's start talking to you first. Don't you forget, keep playing the game, star 255 star 2 hash. Make sure you have money on your MTN mobile money account. Yeah. And then for 100 Liberty, you stand a chance to win 5,000 up to 10,000 Liberty. Take your chance, win yourself some money. I'm going to make sure to send you, most of you that are playing, you stand a chance to win. The more you play, the better for you. And make sure you get your money to your phones as you listen to the program and as you watch the show. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What is your name, sir? Where are you calling from?
I join you from District Number 9, Monserrato County, Propo Defender, Peter Macaulay, Civil Abad.
Propo Defender, what's on your mind? Quickly, please.
Lorena, you see, in life, some of us never ever pray for anybody's life to be taken away. Because our period did not put life in him, God put life in me and others. So I will not pray. But you see, you and I and others, when December, the last day in December of the year, we can go to church, which is what's next, and we ask God that we enter the new year. We will say a lot of good things that God should make when we enter the year. Yeah, our plan be made with. What I see my channel, President Bouakai, again, when you are fasting for the presidency, he told the Liberian people that Zeppelin will not be, if it will not get rain, if I say better in ride, Keke to go to the executive mansion. But you see, send the president take over the country. The president runs Zeppelin all around. See what happened? Because the promise he made to God that he will not ride Zeppelin. That's what that tire to burn.
Wow.
But we are not, for me, for anything to happen, the paper that go to the election, can 2029, and remove the name for one and the people.
Thank you.
What is an embarrassment to the Liberian people? Thank you very much.
Your point has been well taken. All right, we'll take more calls. 077771075, 0555101075. Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, you live on the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Thank you. This is Daniel Kelly. I call you from the Imbana District, District 10, Oro, right to VD Road.
So how is District 10 abandoned? I live in District 10.
District 10 not get represented. They just got free somebody in the hall eating money. They not get represented, but let me go straight to the issue.
Point. Okay.
Yeah, to the point. And let me speak to our president, our God gave. Let me speak to him this evening. President Bwaga, God bless you, Papa. Hello, my grandpa. This is Daniel Kelly. We suffer for you for all to put you in power. And let me tell you something today. Let me talk to the Liberian people there.
Please be fast, sir. We have others on the
whosoever that are in the opposition, that in the imposition, when they want to see your downfall, they want, they will come down. Whosoever that are planning evil against you, it go right back to a great generation. That God bless your show.
All right, 05551011075, 077771075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk. What is on your mind that you want to talk about? Speak it out or keep it. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Yeah, this is Jerry Taylor. I'm calling you from Ghana.
What's on your mind, Jerry?
Myself, for me, I would tell the Liberian people that this guy, as the ball was saying, the old man was given by God. I called me today to be president. What is the thing they do to him? They tear him apart. They took casket for him. Say this man will become a leader. God has become a leader. Every person that plans for that man to die, that day will die. God will keep him. God will give him long life, and he will rule. And what he start to do to be able to connect this country with the rule, that way that they man should connect the whole country, because what he's doing now, you can see most of the area, like from here to Kranku, the woman is in rule.
Thank
you.
So
the enemy is against it, and it will not happen. He will carry on. Thank you.
All right. 077771075. Don't you forget to keep playing the game. *255*2#. Again, *255*2#. Win yourself thousands of Liberian dollars. 100 Liberty is the fee. You need your MTN mobile money number, and the more you play, the better for you. Again, *255*2#. You know, money will be given out to lots of players. So keep playing and win yourself some money. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to the show. What is your name?
I'm going to say good evening to His Excellency President Barack. Somebody upon Broadway, this is So, I just want to say to our people to stop blaming opposition. I'm speaking on my anger this evening. Those who surrounding our president, they're not doing well for the country and our president. I can recall when the president became president January 24th, right? I think it was in March. He went Marshall to go and delegate some a program or some project. We saw my man ran to the president convoy on stage. The president was having another program, the way they handled the president, the way the program was handled, it was not to the satisfaction, it was disgrace to us in the international world. Now, this president yesterday, what happened? It does not show that his protocol or those that around him, they are doing well for our president. No. If you had an evil deed for the president, we will swear them every day are going to be our swear.
So what is your suggestion? You want to help the protocol?
This president should be careful with those that are around him.
Okay.
The protocol are not doing well for the president. Those that are around the president are not doing well for him. What we saw yesterday, it was incident where we were not expecting it. It was a serious mistake. This thing I saw the video yesterday. I got angry. I mean, really in my spirit. This is not a way that was behind our president. This president want to change the country to bring the country to pass. If people had a 2029 beyond ambition, they want to raise our president. We will pray again. Whatsoever they wish for, it will go to them.
Thank
This
you.
is not the way you guys should be our president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we complain a lot, but we don't come up with solutions. 077771075. I see Dr. Richardson in the back. Doc, we ready so you come through. We're happy to have you here. Dr. Richardson, good evening.
How are you?
It's good to be on the world stage for you, Doc.
I know. I miss seeing you, Lorena. How are you doing?
What's going on? We'll talk about off
Not a lot. I'm gonna be sending you some stuff. Watch your text. So let me do that. We have a guest coming on today, but we'll talk about her when she gets on. Okay. So let me just I'm gonna take care of that, and I'll be back.
Okay, Doc. 077771075 05551101075. At the same time, play the game, win yourself some money right here. Have money on your MTN mobile money account. That is the only way you are qualified to play the Win Liberia game. Okay, and then you have 100 Liberty or more. You dial *255*2#. Stand a chance to win for yourself thousands of Liberian dollars. So my old man ain't listening. You know you can also use your button phone. Yo. You dial *255*2#. You win yourself plenty of money so you can start a market there. You know, you want to sell your little coal because the rain is coming and people will be buying coal. You don't want to sell wet coal. The sooner the better. You know, you want to start your ticket market, pay your children's school fee. That easy way. They start listening to radio. That not free. You're listening, you're making money. Let's talk to more of our callers. Good evening. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Calling from Powell.
All right, sir. What's on your mind?
Thank you. You know, this day our monitoring phone and Mr. Snow was on the air and he was asking me his statement. But something came to my mind that Senator Snow always say he's not for nothing president, and I believe it is true. Senator Snow sat down on Spoon Show and said for Vice President to fail, to be a failure, so he can succeed 2029. And then he in that statement, he's saying that he wants Liberia to see. Hey, for heaven's sake, let me start with the analogy. I want Mr. to be a failure. I want him to fail so he can succeed, but the spoon never should be better. My sister, people at the contest, if people on Spoon Show, all of them be almost like he can't spare on them. They can't ask him a question. They can't say anything, but they agree with that. That Banga should fail, he should not succeed, but Liberia should succeed. How can the father in a Huna get a job he had to do, he useless? Then the children will be not successful. How can that be possible? And people on the Spoon Show, they didn't ask him anything. The man said that statement over and over. I want Banga to fail. I don't want you to succeed, but I want Liberia to succeed. How can that be possible? When the man is the chief foreign policy maker of the country, you want him to fail, but you don't want Liberia to fail. So sometimes I begin to wonder if people who doesn't like somebody, even if someone makes a statement, they don't even look at the rationale in the statement and they sat down there and allow every slope to repeatedly say that, but they say it's okay. This is Liberia, President, but go, but Liberia will still remain. The country we are here. Thank you.
All right, you know, the CEO always say you talk your own, I talk my own. Nobody will tell somebody what comes to their head and tell them what to say, my people. 077771075 055101075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk right before the hosts come on and the panelists. So if you are there, we are here. I know you have something on your mind that is disturbing you, something you are concerned about, something you want to put your mind on, maybe that our economy. Maybe that our economy, if I should say it that way, maybe that the medical side, maybe that the agricultural side, maybe that climate change you're concerned about, the environmental protection, if you are even concerned about that, if you are interested as a Liberian, or maybe at the educational sector, whatever it is, human interest, call and let's hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Abdullah RM family calling from Browville.
Abdullah, what's on your mind?
You know, before the former speaker left his post or resigned, he made a revolution concerning the Hotel Boulevard, that he can go there and then share the budget among themselves. That thing need to be investigated to see whether he's saying the reality or opposite. It's serious. We need to know that because he made that revolution and we're looking at it. Everybody want to sweep it under the carpet.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
077771075 055101075. Let's talk to you. Good evening.
Hello.
What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
It's Anthony Clark, and I cover the people.
Go ahead quickly, please.
Actually, I must commend you too for you being around for the hard work, right? Let's
Thank
be
you.
here. Based upon the experience of this president, that we all trusted him, right? So I think this as a number of should be a man that can be seen easily or in sit down and allow protocol run decision over him. That's not right. Because he knows I got a strong idea experience even more than his protocol compared to advisor. So that's, yeah, there's almost every time everything the president gets secret again. I sure our president should be to the major role in his own race that he's going through.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, 077771075. Let's take this call. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is David Mo. I'm calling from Cardwell.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yeah, there are two things on my mind.
Go ahead
One,
quickly, please.
Few days ago, I heard the spokesman from the Ministry of Education calling our attention that school that will graduate this year, if the school is from ABC only, they will graduate. From ABC to third grade, they will pay $3,000, I think, plus $500. If the school is starting in sixth grade, then they will not graduate third grade. They will graduate only sixth grade people. If the school is in ninth grade, they will not graduate sixth grade people. They will graduate only ninth grade people. If the school is in 12th grade, they will graduate only 12th grade people. The government fee for graduation for 12th grade is $5,000 Liberian dollars. The private school, they say $100 US.
Okay.
But I'm seeing series of information graduation papers around the community telling me say some schools are graduating $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. So we want from the minister Martin Bladen to please come on air to explain this thing back to the people, because we don't have finances, and we have to train these schools. When the school telling you say you must pay $10,000 for graduation fee, we find it very, very challenging for some of us. So we beg you, Martin Bladen, please come back on air and see yourself to the people again.
Thank you.
Please let you come on. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. 077771075. Please don't forget to share the show. Keep sharing the show. Invite all of your friends, family members, your neighbors in the communities. You know, make sure everybody tune in and listen to Spoon Talk so they can hear what is happening in Liberia. Everything you need to know about Liberia is going to be talked about right here on the show tonight. And so we say so many thanks to all of our viewers. You are there. We appreciate your presence. You are very, very important to us. We'll ask you to please share the show. Make sure you are a part of it, you know. And all of those media institutions outside of Montserrat that are relaying the program, you want to make sure people in the counties, the villages, the towns, listen to Spoon Talk, watch Spoon Talk. We appreciate you. Again, 077771075 or 05551101075. Good evening.
Lorena, what happened? You want me to tell my own today?
Yeah, I can tell your own now. You already live on the show. What is your name?
My name is Joseph, and I joined the conversation from Montserrat.
All right, Joseph. Only Joseph in your passport, eh? You can call your last name.
And that is if I get one. I get food to eat, I'll get passport.
Your name Joseph?
Yeah.
Okay, Joseph. Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you. So, Lorena, I regret the unfortunate situation of our president yesterday. And I want to say thanks to the Almighty God that we did not experience major tragedy. So, equally so, Lorena, what is on my mind has to do with the agile poverty that we are in. The last time I listened to the president, commending the cabinet that the country is okay and the citizens are happy. Lorena, sometimes the wrath of God
manifest in several other ways. What happened yesterday to the president? I am urging him to stop manning what his cabinet ministers can say to him. The other one is good, the other one is good. Lorena, the president does not live Pluto. He on Earth. Lorena, that thing that happened yesterday, God forbid, if I was just you and myself, nobody coming to be wedding press releases around here. So I think, for the fact that nothing major happened, God did that so that the president can see what other people can go through. And from there, I think you should take heed and start to make a people to govern. The time for campaigning has passed. The time we're in now, it is time to govern. Lastly, Lorena.
Hurry now, you staying too long.
So, the CEO now on the air.
The CEO coming.
Okay, I am disappointed with somebody on the show. The last time they said what on your mind was on, and on Lily Paul from Peace Island telling James Goody Flomo that the reason why the marketeers are trying to say people not buying from them, it is because we got stable electricity, and so they can buy food for 1 week and or 2 months food to keep it. It's a false information. The reason why most of us are not buying it is because there is no money for her. When she get money to put food in her freezer, that does not mean everybody get money. They must rattle in some people that even not on LEC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, LEC is available, so why are you not on LEC? 0777-771-075, 0555-101075. Call us and be live on the show. Please continue to share the show. We want to see close to at least 10,000 shares. It's possible because we have 1 million viewers. It happens right here on Spoon Talk, and that is why everybody all around the world, in Vietnam, Australia, everywhere, when you hear them talking about Liberia, it's because this is where they get the information. Let's talk to you. Good evening. Your line is bad. Please change your location and call us again. Good evening.
Good evening, sister. How are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is John Fowler, calling from Broadview.
All right, John. What's on your mind?
In my mind tonight, that evening concern about Edwin Suno Peter. We looked at today to be local thing like Edwin Suno saying the politician running around the Surrey, they're not taking no action. It's a similar thing or Representative friends are focused concerned about capital building. Later on, something happened. Up to now, nothing. Similar thing senator saying, Kofa or something happened to our press. So yesterday, yesterday. Voting if the people on spoon, they must just forget hating some people that say they did on spoon. They will not come on spoon in there to hate the party. No.
Thank you.
Let's put that before.
Okay. All right. 0777-771-075. Don't you forget, we are on YouTube, and that is Spoon Talk on YouTube. Please subscribe, like the channel, okay, so that you'll be able to watch Spoon Talk on YouTube and all of what is happening on Spoon TV Live right there on YouTube. We are also live on Fabric. We are live on Super. We are live on Spoon FM 107.5. We are live on Fabric 101.1. We are live on other radio stations across Liberia, relaying the program for our people in the counties. So if you are there, we are here. Even our viewers, you are very, very important to us. We appreciate your presence. Just be there. You're going to get all the information you need right there. That's what we do on Spoon. We entertain, we educate, and we give you all the information that you need. Good evening.
Lorena, good evening.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. My name is Adolfo Joe.
Mr. Joe, what's on your mind?
I joined the conversation from What on my mind, there are two major things. And I'll start with the information minister. For instance, the information minister is very arrogant. Sorry, but it is not an insult. I try to extract his attitude. The way Mr. Pierre speaks to the Liberian people as if it's the only educated Liberian. When this guy is speaking, and even a journalist asking a question, in fact, his tone sounds intimidating.
until those guys who goes to court for the press briefing, they don't ask them, hypothetical questions. And PR, staff, President Joseph Boakai should understand that politics does exist. It was because of politics he won election.
Thank you.
So, yeah, lastly, I have two.
Okay.
The last one has to do with the 74 persons that were employed. I listened to PR and Josiah Jokai saying they try to institute a policy where every president comes to power will be able to have their own people who they have confidence in to bring our staff. But now, if I say Lorena and Nelson will be my confidential staff, they should be available when TAC comes to audit. So even there is no letter, then the human being said they can be available for where anywhere that can happen. So it was a clever way, to cajole the Liberian people and allow the Liberian people money being placed in their pockets. So for me, I think they should rethink their decision and make these people available for DAC to audit them. We can't be hungry in the country and then few people taking the money. If they Joseph Boakai leave power, you see the Redeemer then will go back to America. This is why he always is saying that arrogant behavior. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 077771075 05551101075. Call us and be live on the show. Don't you also forget to play the game right here. I told you you can win yourself thousands of Liberian dollars as you listen to the program. All you need to do is just *255 *2# and let's get some money into your mobile money wallet. That means you need MTN mobile money number to play 100 Liberty, stand a chance to win 5 or 10,000 Liberty. Good evening.
No, good evening.
You're live on the show. What is your name, sir?
Thank you. My name is Lorena, that's something for up to now is safe food. That is get to do with the health order of the CDC.
Mm-hmm.
This goddamn mayor in a city to understand that they buy that place. So if you not buy somewhere, because the vocational school, what they did there, because everybody know if you paying that kind of thing, meaning you already buy it. The whole will not even have to tell. But I don't know how they will mock you at all. We met our help in a 6 years. But they are after the people say they go carry them to court. So they're not even here. So they people they will wear BM, wear 400 people. That are all here. You make everything will fake. But I will tell everywhere. President Boakai, not to years, we will never rent party help in Nigeria. We'll get our own, and our own will not be fake. Oh. You pay, maybe there are two options. That vocational school they pay there. They will not buy one. Maybe they will go take it from there. Because they paid enough for you. Then you lie. You lie to people there. And the people will call you on the radio that they made a people there to understand that the area is for them. So the people will say, oh, that party will buy our own.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we really know that who place. So they I don't know whether maybe Tony Talifa, after Tony Talifa, maybe we decide who to come after the United Party 12 years. So thank you for putting it on.
You're welcome. You tell your own, the other man will tell your own. Good evening. All right, 077771075 05551101075. Good evening.
Good evening, Lorena.
Yeah, you're live on the show, sir.
I'm Oscar Zigwe calling from Gamsa.
Mr. Zigwe, what's on your mind?
Lorena, what on my mind has to do with the economy of this country.
Mm-hmm.
Lorena, the economy of this country has gone to a dark war. Reason then, we the Liberians are not sustaining ourselves on a daily basis. The economy of this country is in the hands of the foreigners. And we will making business to sustain our family. The aliens are going to war, taking the goods from our country, bringing this country to sell it wholesale, but they are decided to put the goods into the vehicles, taking from country to country, who sell the wholesale riches and sell them wholesale. So I'm calling upon the Minister of Commerce and Minister of Labor to see how to put mechanisms in place to sustain, so we the Liberians can sustain ourselves. In the Liberians can pay this country. The foreigners cannot pay this country. When this thing continues, it will not be good for the country. The country will not be paid by us. The foreigner will take all our riches and our cash and carry back in the country to pay that country. I'm begging.
Sir, if you were asked to help provide a solution, what would be your solution that you would provide? for that.
The solution is that there should be a mechanism into place as aliens. If you are aliens, when you bring goods from your country, you can't sell in this country. If you have your soul and you should sell it wholesale and let the Liberian kind of buy it from you, they can carry on the street to go sell it. But you should not be selling it wholesale. I said I selling at retail. It's giving the Liberian people a hard time.
So the foreigners should only sell wholesale, not retail.
Not retail. I'm thanking the president of this country and the vice president of this country that they put mechanism in place. Because
but in your higher group called Patel, what happened? They're not protecting you again.
The party are not protecting us because the party they are partisan of the ruling party. They are partisan of the ruling party, so they are not protecting us again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
077771075 055510175. Good evening.
I'm having calling from Johnson, issue number 4, Motorado. You see, what's on my mind is concerning the dialysis center at JFK. You see, the government should know that the citizens deserve to live. The first thing the government should know that the citizens deserve to live. You saw the tragic accident of the president on the airport. That God warning him because he told the Liberian people say that if I win, and anybody see the Liberian put money, God will shoot you. And now you're there riding private jet that almost came in the free and they're trying to cover it up. So the dialysis center at JFK hospital, people dying there. The government only need to put money there. So if you add a machine that the former president left there, to add it also people can be able to get healthcare delivery. But now the machine there is damaged, people dying there, and the government care about the citizens. But the president only want to wear custom suits and then wear custom shoes, and then the citizens suffering, people can't get food to eat, people are dying on a daily basis. There's some people using Gary for rest. You got nowhere to get food to eat. So thank you.
Well, Gary para our food and a cassava. I only rest here on eat. That's it. Good evening.
Yeah, evening, my wife.
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Janga Fuba. I'm calling for Jakarta Peace Island.
What is on your mind? Quickly, please.
The thing that on my mind. You're supposed to say that opposition, they are Bakar, not opposition. And in my belief that me and Muslim men, nobody can die before your time. That people live, more than 100 years. You want to pull that together. The next president, Jeremiah, to follow a footstep. All my mind is
all right, 077771075 055510175. Let's talk to you. Good evening. Put all your calls through now. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, your name. Where are you calling us from?
I call from 540 Congo Town.
What's on your mind?
My name is Daniwali P.
Mr. P, you always calling. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind is you know, the speaker of Mr. Kun. Yeah, the way they ran this country last past, come on, they were not good for the Liberian people. You see what they did there? They just brought harm to this country here. They did it in a way that they were able to dupe the Liberian people and get enough money for themselves. You see, he was taking the speaker money. And he was not a correct speaker. So he was taking speaker money. Why was he doing that? And now he's taking the speaker money.
Thank you, sir.
So these are the things that did to the Liberian people, and the Liberian people gain nothing for inside. All what they did there, the Liberian people gain nothing but just to lose. Thank you. They are the cause of our suffering.
All right, 05551011075. See you. Good evening. From Liberia.
Yeah, good evening to you too, my sister. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir. Welcome to the show.
Man, I don't know whether that welcome or not welcome, but hey, God. I don't know, but anyway, Lorena, it's good to see you. That Richard is saying old glasses to you. I think I ready glasses.
Oh, see you, man. Very expensive glasses.
Okay. I think I ready that's real glasses.
Yes, sir.
So you got eye problem?
For reading, I wear only to read.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So you're not part of bluffing, right? Ain't part of bluffing.
No, they want not bluffing.
Okay, all right. We want to say, yeah, man, but we're going to be having a great show tonight. We got a lot of stuff coming up, and today is Friday. I said, sit back and relax. Lorena, I am, I'm processing something in my head. I know you said taking course, Lorena, but I'm processing this thing in my head. I'm trying to figure out what's really going on and how we can, we can help fix it. And anybody you call, please don't blame me. Lorena, you put them blame me, tell them not to blame me. I'm just quiet in my own corner. I'm right in Newcastle, somewhere in Newcastle they can't find me. I'm in Saigon. Lorena, you know Newcastle like that?
No, not at all.
Oh, where you from? Where in Monrovia are you from?
Oh, Pinsville, girl. I'm from Red Light Pipeline Road.
Oh, okay. So you don't know Newcastle?
I know I've passed through Newcastle, but to know Newcastle, no.
You don't know the Saigon, the Funde, the Wenfo, the Noir Panton, all the other areas. You don't know.
I don't, sir.
Hey, Lorena, you're missing it. You got to take your time and go to Newcastle. That's a great place.
Okay, I will take Spoon TV there and bring some live coverage.
Yeah, take Spoon. Yeah, good people live in Newcastle. Good people. Yeah, good people. Yeah, I miss Newcastle a lot. Yeah, especially at night. We can come on and chill, yeah. But we're going to welcome everybody. We're going to have a great show today. On Friday, the guys are all there. The voices of Lawala Zulu. I want to know who owns Lawala Zulu, Ravina. They always follow us. We send a shout out to them. Maduba Kemen, Leo is here following from Doazon. The man is joining us from all the way Doazon. Peter Tupa, how you doing? Boniface Success Payan. How are you, my friend? Lovette Bondo. Lovette is in the house. Roslyn Tenwa. Thomas Hens. I'm here, Thomas. And Barbara Babby Chas, CEO, wants to scatter things today. Listen, I want everybody to just call the mayor. This mayor here, right, Lorena? This mayor, there's a corruption allegation on this mayor. The mayor is, he has destroyed, he has taken, can you give me a better picture of him? The Monrovia City mayor, this guy. What's his name, Lorena? What's the guy name?
Shaka. His name is John Shafa.
John Shafa. The allegation that this man is double dipping, this man putting ghost people name on payroll. The man just giving everybody double pay, but into one account. This is a big allegation. The major investigation have been opened. The whole Monrovia City Corporation is in fire. Everything about Monrovia City Corporation now is bad. What's going on? Why everybody in this government will be part of this corrupt attitude? We'll be discussing. You say your name again, John?
John Shafa.
John Shafa. Yeah, that's his name. We'll be discussing him. And I hope, when we discuss this thing, they can come and clear themselves. These are allegations. We'll be discussing it today because it's a big one. Everybody, the LCC going to get involved, other integrity institution, they have written him by way. I think we are calling FIA to send him a letter and investigate him. He received a letter from, I believe, our sources say, he received a letter already from FIA. And again, immediately he received a letter, he suspended some guys from the MCC. Listen, I'm way over your 100 miles away. I'm not making this story up. I'm telling you, there's a serious financial irregularities, embezzlement hanging over the Monrovia City Corporation. And I want to say, you've been following the show. Look at our sister, Colonel Cry. She's right here, man. The thing about she have engulfed herself into payroll paddling. This big thing about payroll. The poor people ain't getting their money. They took the people over $500,000. Again, right in the executive mansion, another corrupt allegation of massive corruption is taking place. I don't know. They are ministers. They will have to justify it. But who they will justify it to? And one minister goes sit down with another minister and they ask him question, hey, that's wahala. But I want to say to you again, we will be discussing this payroll paddling on the supplementary payroll, the double dipping that is happening at the executive mansion. That's number two. Number three on our list. The House complied with LCC request to prop 3 of its members. Yes, indeed. Over the allegation of bribery. If you remember, this thing happened on they called Luther Collins when they said, listen, they bribed the lawmaker to vote for Speaker Richard Kuhn. At the time he was in the speaker, they had to put a halt to that case, and guess what happened? Now they are saying that it's all set and ready to go. And thank God to the LACC boss, they call Councilor Alexandra Zoe. She got to put an end to this case. And the lawmakers have agreed that they will give us everything she asked for. 7 lawmakers, we have to go answer question. The question, right? Luther Collins answer his question. We're going to see that maybe Mountain, J. Melvin Cole will go there, Tyrants John will be there. All 7 of them, will name them to you. But indeed, now they have a speaker, they have to put this to rest. On the flip side, we're going to tell you that listen what happened. Is CDC out? Supreme Court dismisses bill of information yesterday filed by CDC in the land dispute that involved the Dempster and the Bernard. This is big one, my people. The Supreme Court is saying that CDC, you got no case on your bill of information. You got to give the Dempster the land. Who? Will CDC leave that beautiful spot? A lot of people are asking questions. What are your thoughts? Do you want CDC to leave with the Dempster sell his land? We will be discussing that also. And I also want to say to you on this flip side, listen, agricultural warehouse turns garage in Nima County. This is from the Inquirer newspaper, the agriculture. Now, if you read the story, it's so interesting. I reached out to Alexander Nuta, the agriculture minister. I said, what's going on here? You gave the garage to the Guineans? I'm still waiting for his answer. The agriculture warehouse, one of the biggest in Nima County, in Gompa, they have given it to Guineans. And the inquiry was right, though, but we have to wait for the minister himself, Alexander Nuta. Guys, we got a lot of story coming up, and today is the birthday boy. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Happy birthday to the boss himself, John S. Molu from Gambia. Happy birthday to John S. Molu. He's not in Gambia. He's here in the United States. I have called him already and wish him happy birthday. We want to celebrate John Molu, a wonderful, wonderful man, a decent Liberian, as he celebrates his birthday today. I want to say down, the award goes to the radio station who? The award goes to the distinguished and the honor, the Richard Nambekong. Hey. Why are you giving Richard Nambekong award? Award from what? Award from who? I will be speaking to one of the bishops from the LCC, the Liberal Council of Churches. He will be calling on the show to tell us he disagrees with this award. We saw that the former Foreign Affairs Minister, sorry I cannot pronounce her name, she got on video, she will be speaking, she wasn't happy, Tipota wasn't happy. And again, what's going on with the split in LCC, the Liberal Council of Churches. But one thing I want to announce to you, an invitation was sent to J. Funati Kofa, and on this invitation, Funati rejected. He said, I am not coming. Thanks, but no thanks. We'll discuss this also. I also want to say somebody, I think, is this it? Yeah, Jamon Kamara.
That's another picture.
You send it to Lorena, she put it up. I bet. I thought that's what you said.
I did.
Okay, you send it to me? You sent it to me?
Yes, I did send it to you.
It's there. See you. I'll upload it.
Oh, you're uploading. Okay, thank you. We also want to bring in again the award. I went to my man Richard Kumba. He sent the chairman. The chairman is this chairman on Waste, Means and Administration, James Collette, to receive his award. And again, I'm telling you, man, it's just not adding up. But congrats to Richie Nagbekum. We got a lot coming your way. Don't forget, we got to go back to what the cause of the plane crash landing. While the president was on board, a new video saw the EPS security running to rescue the president. President Joseph Yema Boakai and his team, their life was in danger. You cannot hide it. It was on BBC. BBC said it was bad out there. You just can't have the fact. Is that something got to happen? This is the BBC report. Part of the presidential jet landing gear malfunction while approaching the runway, causing a rough landing. Airport authorities said Joseph Yema Boakai plane carrying Liberian president, blah, blah, blah. Oh boy, it's on BBC. What would the president do? Well, it's nobody's fault. Everything remains on status quo and T. Right? We want to say to you, welcome to the show. We have a lot coming your way today. But my takeaway today will be the payroll paddling, the double dipping at the MCC, the payroll paddling at the executive mansion, And again, I want to say to all of you, we got those documents. We'll be sharing with you. A lot of mess is happening when we face Liberia. When will we rescue Liberia? We have not rescued Liberia yet. We have not yet rescued Liberia. Something did. What thing did it? The plane that carried President Joseph Yema Boakai got caught in that situation. We have the full information. Now, the plane, 1989. The plane was made in 1989, some 36 years as of today. The plane belonged to who? We'll let you know. How did the government, how did this government, from one plane to another, it's a scary something. And president said, no, don't take it, it's not national security. My personal life was in danger, it's not national security. And we have to talk it. We'll talk it all. When you see what happened, like what we saw on the other video that we can share, the president was shaking. Everybody on the plane was shaking because that was a hard landing. It just dropped. Boom. Plane got to come down easily, hit the wrong way, and just smooth off. But the plane just dropped. Boom. And that's it. And thank God, the president and those members, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. Woo. We are grateful to God. But I got a message for you. I got a very, very quick message before the rest of the guys come on. If you're from Lofa County, it's good to have Councilor Gu here. That reaches here. I got this message. Take a look. Just look at the person that in the video and tell me if this is not Councilor Gu enjoying his delegacy, a one that he so loved. Well, I'm here. I just have to turn my face away for a minute, but I can say to all of you, to each his own, our brother, Councilor Lafayette B. Good, that's exactly what he loves to eat. He said he can eat it raw sometime. And you put pepper and salt and you eat it. Let's play one more time, Dr. Richardson. Please don't turn your face away, Dr. Richardson. You got to watch it. Hey, I was looking for the video, and Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. The councilor himself is here, Honorable Gray. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about the video briefly, though. That's exactly what the people love to eat. And my brother came here and said they can add grasshopper onto it, and they can enjoy it with salt and pepper.
What is that, by the way?
We call it baboon worm in Liberia.
Oh, okay.
Now, the fat worm, they live in the baboon, so they call it baboon worm.
Okay.
When you finish talking, let me talk. When you finish talking, let me talk.
We come to you now. We come to you. Uncle P, why you
I'm waiting for you when you finish.
Uncle P, we'll play the video on your time today. Today is Friday. We're going to with that. Richardson, what you say about the video? Record, what you say?
To each his own. It's a delicacy for some culture, for some people. I'm very picky about what I eat, so I don't know if I'll be eating that. But if anyone,
they got a name for it, that Richardson. People from Lofa got a name for it.
Maybe it's
I got a lot of video. They not a grasshopper video.
It's a bamboo wrap. Everything I wrap now.
Bamboo wrap, bamboo wrap. Yeah. That one time you remind me. I was at the Wawa today. That bamboo wrap.
I understand that such a thing has a lot of protein in it, so everybody's reaching out for protein these days.
And Richardson, I would eat my protein from something else, but not that one. Honorable Gray, what do you make of this, Honorable Gray?
Swear.
To be frank with you, I'm not a kind of a choicy person when it comes to food. Okay, it's not that sometimes I got to be on certain diet, but that's what they want. That's what they want to eat. I remember when you were in Kitman, when you finish with the pan the pantry, you get the baboon rum there. They say it has a lot of protein in it. So I don't know what is that, but it reminds me of the baboon rum in Kitman. People saw it on the road, going Magibi, going Bon County. So it looks a little bit different from the Babylon realm. Maybe the guys from Lofa or the guys from Nema can speak to that. But some of these things,
no, we got somebody here from Lofa. We want to, we want to hear from our audience before we bring the person in. I want to make it the last. Is that Richardson? For me, I wake up in the middle of the night, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Richardson, and I start to put this show together. I get messages from all over, all of our associates. We have our own press, conferences. We have Zoom calls. What you talking about today? What you talking about today? For all of our different sources, that's how we operate this program. Let me tell everybody now, so you just can stop the news. But something strange happened. Somebody said, "But CEO, you are talking about eating grasshopper and babu worm. Look at the clip." I said, "Oh my God, this is delicious." I said, "This is great." I mean, let's hear from Councilor Do. Councilor?
That's not grasshopper.
The babu worm.
Yeah, but that other babu worm is not.
It's fat because it is juicy. It's fat.
Can you show it again?
Yeah, let me show it. Let me show it again.
So they have different type of stuff. They got the ones that come from the palm one tree.
I understand, but why the guy saying, is he enjoying eating it raw? Listen to what he said. He said, listen, he said, that's not AI.
Nobody can eat that thing raw like that. Nobody eats that thing raw like that.
The man said, No.
The only one, let me tell you something. The only one that people can attempt to eat raw, the only one that people can attempt to eat raw is the one that comes from the palm wine tree. Because it is greasy. It's also grease. Sometimes people attempt to eat it raw. They see when people eat raw. They see when people eat raw pogopo. They see when people can eat raw pogopo.
They play across the bridge. But
you don't even know where I'm from. You say sorry.
Chicken soup factory there, area there, and Nukuta.
They got to stand up in what is called respect other people, dedication, please. Okay, my man.
No, but stand on. No, on a serious note, some of these things are very nutritional.
We know that.
Yeah, but stand on. Let me talk. Stand on. The thing is that AI video want to make the thing look so weird. That's the point. Nobody eats stuff like that. But that thing, young man, they think you're talking also. They think you're talking, my brother. When we face that thing for you,
you eat that kind of food. People eat sushi. That's raw fish. People eat different kind of delicacy in different countries. So
but they're living and who can eat? Who can just take the fish from the water and start eating it? And they think living is shaking a lot of messy, eating, enjoy himself. That's not the to make it look messy. To make it look messy at all.
Ladies and gentlemen.
They get it and we're all cooking and take the brain oil in Cambodia and other areas in Asia, they eat it. Right?
But man, I would say to everybody, guys, you gotta share the show.
I said the only one that people can attempt to eat alive that I know of is the one that comes from the palm one tree is yellow.
So what do
very
you
greasy.
So if the people can eat that alive, why can't they eat it alive?
I eat the one that comes from the palm one I eat the one that comes from the palm one tree. I eat the one that comes from the palm tree. I eat the one that comes from the palm tree.
He didn't put some of that thing in there.
No, you did. He put some of the salsa in it. He put the salsa in it.
The one that comes from the log, from the BB log, is white. The one that comes from the bamboo tree is yellow. The one that comes from the big logs is white.
Because in Africa, the people in China, my man, they are Umba. Y'all get different continent. They put
okay, no problem. Go ahead. For me, I can't eat it at them. I gotta cook it, fry it, and make it nice and enjoy it.
I can eat it. No problem. Good, I can eat it.
I can eat it. So wait, I can eat it. You can eat dog. You say that they can eat. You can eat dog.
No. Let me get back.
That's all, man. What you know about eating nothing?
Counselor,
You can
Counselor,
eat
hold
dog.
your back. Counselor, please hold your horses. I just want to ask.
You can eat good
audience,
with you.
right? Counselor, hold on now. Counselor, hold on.
I come for you.
Here's the issue that reaches you, right? Well, on that thing, you're gonna enjoy because he's not cleaning it though. He's not, splitting it into taking all anything. Everything remains the same. He just wash it and put it in there and eat it.
Not on you not eat GB in Nimakande?
No, I have never eaten GB in my life.
No, but it's not on the GB in Nimakande, the goat, the intestinal part.
Yes, yeah, I know. They said they can eat a goat poo too.
No, don't say poo. That thing is cooking directly like that. It's
no, man, but you see, you don't be fancy. They say they can eat a goat, they can dry the goat poo and eat it with a GB. That's what they say. I don't know.
Even the groundhog, the one that eat the intestine, they can put it in the soup. The groundhog.
Yes. The only thing
when you kill a groundhog, you open the stomach, the one that comes and put it in the soup.
Basio, I think he saw there and they want to call the during the rainy season the bogabo. I call it a bogabo. What kind of juice bogabo get? What kind of protein bogabo?
They grease it. It's sweet. They grease it.
You eat
sweet, very sweet.
No, but bogabo and bamboo. I leave bamboo looking thick and
So let me ask you a question, right? So the bamboo one we are looking at, right? So every spoon you take, you eat one because it's fat. Every spoon of rice you take, you eat one or two, right there. Nothing spoil. But speaking about GB, we say congratulations again to our brother Sam Koga. He's here in the state. He reached out to me, and that was been nice. The honorable Sam Koga, something about his dance. Yeah, something about his dance. That's why I want to show today, and I will show it. But yes, indeed, the program over, and they will still be heading back. Young Twine, Glika, and all of them. And then we will be. I think we'll be speaking to Young Twine sometime this week before he leaves.
He's preaching in America and Liberia. He lived there a lot in America.
Yeah. So, but again, guys, I want to welcome all of you. So we're feeling with the Babu Warren story, right? That one feeling, right? So I want to welcome all of you. Anybody there? Huh?
Let's talk about Jamal Kamara.
Yeah, we coming there. I just want to also mention that we're feeling with Babu Warren story, right? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're feeling with Babu Warren story. If you have eaten Babu Warren or you have eaten bugger ball or butterfly or roach, some people can eat roach, cockroach.
Oh yeah, roach. Yeah.
And if you can eat how you call it, rat, mouse, whatever it is, to each his own. I believe my Bible. The Bible said, "Just kill and eat, bless it and eat."
But
no
you can
problem.
eat rat. You can eat.
Don't ask any question. Just bless it and eat. So we're telling you, if you gotta eat it. I've never eaten cat, bro. Cat is a pet here in the state. Dog, I got 3 dogs.
But CEO, they call dog issue in the press.
Okay.
Why you talking about spoon news?
Issue on spoon.
I mean, nobody can eat dog. Nobody can eat dog.
But I want to stop before y'all. We want to welcome Jamal Kamara from Worcester City, the council at large. Again, Dr. Richardson talked to us about Madame Kamara and what she'll be doing here tomorrow.
Thank you. Jamal Kamara is running for a position. She's running to be a city council person, city at large for Worcester City in Massachusetts. She's going to come and speak about how she rose from being a refugee to now running for city council in Worcester, Massachusetts. So she's talking to us. She's one of us, a Liberian, and she's among many Liberians who are just running to serve offices in this country. So tomorrow, come on so we can listen to a Liberian sister who came, and one of us. That's all I can add to that. Jamal Kamara is her name.
I hope she clear by Elon Musk.
We want to say to all of you, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll have question tomorrow. Okay, guys are good.
We want to say to all of you, thank you, Dr. Richardson. We're going to be having a great conversation with Jamal again. She's a Liberian, and what she brings to the table, she will let us know. I'm going to put a picture up later, but it's a happy birthday to Sister Pizzo City Ty. She shared this birthday with our own brother, John Malou. We'll put Pizzo picture up, but wish her a happy birthday. Now and again, I want to say that we're going to start the show. It's 5:11, 9:11 in Liberia. Let's talk about the big breaking news: the corruption saga at the how you call it, Monrovia City Corporation. We are receiving information that the government of Liberia payroll, MCC, has 4 payroll, different structure: the E-platform payroll, the MCC internal payroll, the controller reduction payroll. How can one place get 4 different payroll systems? But this is a big breaking news. We understand that the mayor have received his letter inviting him for investigation, and every other thing will be explained tonight. That is apart from the executive mansion. This mayor is in hot water. He engaged in allegation of massive corruption. Allegation of massive corruption is hanging over him and the entire Monrovia City Corporation. Now, what at stake here? You know, Gray, you're in Liberia, and our brother Darius is in Liberia. Dr. Richardson, you always travel to Liberia. If you park your car on the street, right, illegally, they come and give you a ticket, right? Or you got to pay. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. That money is going to the mayor's personal account. And money is moving between accounts. This is huge. He received his letter of invite from our sources. He will be going for questioning. These are allegations on the mayor, and we can say that this is a big problem. Immediately when the mayor received his letter inviting him, he went ahead and he suspended the deputy for the administration. And the information reaching us, I'm going to suspend you for now, and they backdated the suspension letter. I mean, we are at the Monrovia City Corporation. We are receiving all of our information. We seem to be correct. The mayor is confused. The mayor is frustrated about this massive. We're talking about a lot of money here. Separate from the mayor using the $400,000 I was given by World Bank for FD. Nothing I'm going to show I've done, but the mayor do a lot of reallocation, reappropriation, and this investigation have to go to the LDCC. It have to go to the FIA and all other. Now, the internal structure, what I heard before I bring you guys in, Dr. Richardson, something strange happening. It got to go through the internal auditing individual at MCC for payroll. For example, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson, your account number. And then you will have Dr. Chinwe Francine Richardson again. Again, you're going to have Lorena Honoré, $200. Then you have Honoré Lorena, $200. The whole system is bad. The double pay system at the place is rotten. It started since last year. These allegations are serious allegations, and the mayor have to speak to it, but he has been invited, and I can guarantee you by Monday, we will see the letter of invite that we received from the Monrovia City Corporation. The mayor have to speak to this. The government is in some serious, you know why. But what's on your mind? These are some of the things we'll be discussing. Dr. Richardson, welcome. My sister Glennie, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming on. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. These are some very, very major topics we'll be going through. Apart from the GSC report on the executive mansion, the Ministry of State, over $500,000 were embraced, and no proper explanation when you talk about this, our own sister, Colonel Cry. There you have it. She's in high water. She continued to explain, but guess what happened? It's not adding up. Dr. Richardson, what's on your mind?
Well, our country is eventful. There's a lot of things that tend to happen in our country all the time, but I'm just happy that our president is safe, and I'm thankful that nothing disastrous happened while he was on the plane to him personally. I have questions about, the whole airport fiasco. One of the questions that I have is what contributed to such a landing? Is it the plane or is it the condition of the airport? We've been getting mixed messages here on BBC. They said it was the plane. The authorities at the airport said it was a pothole. So whatever it is, it needs to be addressed. Okay, whatever it is, because we cannot have the airport being one of the gateways to our country, and we're talking about potholes. Something that should be fixed, and something where money was spent. I believe money was put in the budget for the airport. So I'm really struggling with the condition of the airport. And number two, I believe that airplanes should be inspected. I know accidents can happen. Maybe it could happen an accident, but things can happen. But the president of Liberia is someone that we cherish, somebody that we want protected. We want him to be safe at all times, because whatever happens to him happens to Liberia. That's the point that I come from. I think it needs to be investigated. There should be an investigation that should be going on about his whole, arrival in the country where we are hearing mixed messages about. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Akaris Gray.
Let me say good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, especially to our three beautiful sisters on the show tonight. And on my mind, many things. And that Richardson struck one of the important points about the landing gear. The BBC is reporting, the BBC is emphatically reporting that the landing gear malfunction. The authority at the airport is saying that there was potholes, but BBC has contradicted the issue of potholes. And credible information from the airport says to me that 8 years now, we are one of the best in West Africa in terms of the airstrip. We've not had that problem before. It's actually that the flight is very old. So you put it off since 1989, 36 years now, going to 36 years. And they had the issue of landing gear that malfunction that has to do with takeoff and landing. That's two cardinal functions. They have three functions: taxiing, landing, and takeoff. So that we must tell God thank you that the president arrived safely, because imagine that should have landed the flight and it had a problem and you saw the mass smoke coming up. No hairs ruled, nobody have been questioned, no dismissal. Maybe that's what the president wants, but you cannot endanger your life on the basis of that. In fact, I heard that that particular plane is what they tested. They want to buy for $35 million United States dollars. And they raised like $20 million of budget spending for that particular plane, that particular aircraft. Okay. The next thing on my mind has to do with the audit of the supplementary payroll of the Ministry of State. You can buy more, you criticize, you say the worst thing about the government, you ran on the campaign on the basis of that. You come back to contradict and interest on the payroll. My interest has to do with family members from the executive. That's nepotism violation under the Code of Conduct directly. Okay, you can see vividly on our listing, family members are there, sons and daughters are there, brothers and sisters are there on that payroll. And payroll, not just payroll party, but the issue of extensive spending, ghost names, etc. So what is the CSA saying about that? The CSA were very robust on the issue of what they met. Okay, but what they have now done for themselves, the CSA is not saying anything about supplementary payroll from the Ministry of State. I think that is hypocrisy. At the MCC, I'm not surprised. I can tell you this. I know the MCC boss. I've known him for many years, even before becoming a representative. So the message situation at the MCC, I'm not surprised. That's not his area. He has not been in our area. He's been in printing business. I thought they were taking him to intellectual property right than the MCC. He has no knowledge on that, on the business, not just his qualification, but his experience. He was a printing boy, right? We all know the story about that. So that issue is also on my mind. Says Dr. Chinwe, I see you just live when I talk, But anyway, that's the fact. I'm not running away from that. And Stanton, to be frank with you on the dialysis, the issue of the dialysis machine, it has to do with the health of all people. I saw your reporters went there. I don't know whether you know about that, but I think we should flag it. It's very significant on the show. So those are just few issues that on my mind. Massive corruption for that is a major component of the government. In fact, they're living with corruption. You can denounce that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg. Thank you. Yes, indeed, we have the dialysis. Thank you for reminding me. We have those videos. We will be putting them up. But JFK have replied, haven't seen our video when the reporter went up from Spoon. Now they say in their own press release, who will share it likewise. Let me bring in Councilor Lafayette Big Good Senior. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton. And let me say good evening. Cos, Wendy, what's up? How are you? Good. Okay, so Stanton, I'm concerned about what happened in the airport. Like former Representative Gray just said, I know that the airport, from all the travels that was made when you're landing, nobody needs to tell you that we have a very good runway. Nobody needs to tell you that. Just by landing, you know that the runway is good. And all of the news, if you look at if you research, you will find out that Liberia has one of the best runway around here. So for somebody to say pothole on the runway, I mean, where's the picture? Have you seen a picture of pothole on our runway? Have they displayed any picture of pothole? I think people must understand that. Look, accident. There's no way you can avoid accident. That's why I call that. That's why it is accident. Because if it will be avoided, then there will not be accident. People dying every day. People die in car accident. Ship sinking and plane crashing. So just say the truth. Or why do you want to make it look like maybe somebody is trying to get something from the plane? You know, if they buy the plane, maybe somebody getting caught, so they want to ensure that the plane is good, so that they don't want any fault. Yeah, they don't want any fault to come from the plane because the business was poor. So they rather place it on Stephen Johnson.
Let's go to the next topic now. Then we're getting to explaining.
Yeah, so I mean, and any other thing that you will present to them for all to discuss. Whatever we have opinion about it, we'll provide it. So I mean, I'm just concerned about that whole story about pothole on the runway. It ain't add up.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you very much, Darius. Let's bring you in, Darius. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, and good evening to Sis Glandy and Dr. Richardson, General Gray, Councilor Gould, and the rest of the panelists in the back that are yet to come on. I think what's on my mind has to do with the issue of the private jet is a center discussion, and we will dive into that because other ways we still have to discuss it. If you say that potholes, then we have to look at the funding, the national budget allocation for RRA. You cannot have 8 million plus in 2 years under the rescue government, and you complain about potholes. Also, if you want to change the narrative and put it on pothole, we look at the 36-year private jet. Who arranged that? Why should the president in this type of contemporary time be riding a 36-year-old plane, a private jet? It is worrisome, especially where you don't even have an aircraft engineer on board. So we'll dive into that. The second thing on my mind, CEO, is the MCC you talk about. The corruption at that institution is alarming. And then like the MCC, you find out that every day you wake up, there is corruption reported from most of the institutions. LTA, NOCA, now MCC, asset recovery. You will soon go to War Crime Court. You go to Central Bank. Everywhere, featuring. Everywhere there is massive corruption, massive looting of the state covers. Another thing on my mind, CEO, is I came across a video from the Liberia the Lutheran University of Liberia in Bon County. The students were protesting of poor learning environment. The Phoebe College of Health Science in Bon County, they were protesting. And I believe the issues they raised, their petition, have not been addressed. It is also a concern. And then worst of all is the supplementary payroll corruption that has been exposed by the GAC audit report. We need to dive into that. My problem is with the CSA in this whole saga. The CSA, Honorable Josiah Joker, have been operating under deception and hypocrisy to the Liberian people. He talked about supplementary payroll. Why is it surfacing now under this government with such a huge amount of money being embezzled or misappropriated at the Ministry of State under the same supplementary payroll that he wants pushed at the House of Representatives to be illegal? We will dive into that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Darius. A lot of issues ahead. We hope we can speak within the given time that we cover most of this day. Glennie, you look quiet, you look calm, you look so nice today. But that calmness, I think, is coming before the storm. Welcome to the show, Glennie.
My boy, hello, how you doing? Happy Friday. Thank you, my brother. With all that story, what you giving? I ain't even following that vlog. How you do it? But anyway, I'm really interested first and foremost in the MCSS story, because we want to ensure that
MCSS, MCC,
MCC.
Yeah, today that MCSS. We can't.
Oh, you often know they are not. The MCC will talk about that one. We'll cover. Okay. I thought we're talking about the school.
Yeah, but go ahead, talk about MCSS. No problem.
Yes, so we'll talk about the. I want to, because we also hear about the different payrolls they have, the different teachers. They're not getting paid and those things. That's something that is interesting to me, and I want us to talk about it and really go into the situation. But I said something today about the president. I am happy that nothing worse happened yesterday, and I'm happy that they were able to get President Boycott safe and everybody else, no injury or anything. What my concern here is that we have to get to the place where when stuff happens, we stop holding it in the subconscious like it didn't happen. If it happened, accidents happen. Brand new car can have accident. Plane can have accident, whether old or new. I think the responsible agency to release statements people should allow them to release the statement and not have everybody giving their own narrative on what happened from the government. If it's information that's responsible, let information address it. If it is the press secretary, let the press secretary address it. But my concern here is that the president is safe from what happened, because it could have been worse. And that's where I want to remain, that he's safe and that there was no need for the different stories and different interpretations on what happened yesterday, because it can happen to anybody. We outside of Liberia, there are plane crashes all the time. 1 year plane, 2 year plane, 36 year plane. Those things happen, accidents happen. But the narrative that we're going to give to the public has to be the correct one and not try to cover up what happened. So we thank God our president is safe. No issue with the country right now. We still have a president. That's where I want to come from. But it's good.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Paul, you joined us late, but let's give you a few time. We got a lot to cover. Thank you very much, Sis Glennie. Paul, let's hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. You said there's a storm after the calm?
There's a calm before the storm.
So we expecting some kind of storm coming.
I trust Glennie or Dr. Richardson. I always come with my one eye open, one eye closed. So let's see.
Yeah. But it's good to be back on Spawn. I've been taking a few days off with family, flying around from Washington to Minnesota and having fun. But I'm back again, hoping that we'll have all of these issues unfolding for us to give our 2 cents to. And I heard them talk about the incident of the plane. Like Glennie said, we are grateful that it did not result into anything of concern. Everybody came out safe. Look, the airplane is very fragile. I mean, when it's up 40,000 feet, I'm sitting down thinking, and when it lands, until that engine stops for me to get out, I'm always praying to God. I know God more when I'm in the airplane. So, it's nothing to joke about. It's always good that we do our best as a country to make sure we reduce some of the risks, that comes with the thing, including, I think I was joking with somebody today, including watching, finding the water tanker to watch on the airfield some of the time. So these are the things that we are looking at. We're looking forward to the the MCC issue, and I think my brother do talk about the payroll padding and the how they call the SS payroll at the Ministry of State. Most of the issues that were raised as a bad thing by Unity Party only fell back into their hands, and I think that for the most part they are working off most of those things. It sounds to me like either it was propaganda, or some of the people who were taking office or coming to office really did not know what government, some of the things that government has to do to function. Now they've come with all the criticism made of previous government. They have been faced with the very same thing that they once said was bad. Now, because it's government function, they can't get rid of it. It becomes a mouthful. None of them, have any way to deal with it, so they're praising it again. I think that's hypocrisy, as I've always said, and it only makes sense for us to look at the real issue other than backlashing other people who were once in our position. So let's hold the discussion steady.
And one of those are in our position before we get into serious stuff. Let me just pick up my dear friend and brother Ditwe. I love this video. I went back in the archive and I had to retrieve this video. Listen.
The economic challenges we face today will be behind us very soon. We will change the foundation of our economy from input to export-led.
He didn't make it. But anyway, let's have a good show, folks. I come from both sides of the eye, and I love to have fun, right? They will change the input to export, the yama yama. But Ditwa didn't make it, and we can just use that now as our side gig. But let's talk about what happened, right? Yesterday was a scary time in the country. We'll receive the information. We didn't discuss it in detail because then we have the former Foreign Affairs Minister, D-Max Kemenya, on the show. That Richardson said she had a headache, she had to leave. And then Glennie says she's not coming on because she was taking some aspirin or Tylenol. But well, whatever the case may be, again, we have more information coming from D-Max. Is the letter from his lawyer. We'll discuss it later on. Let me talk about this one. I give kudos to this reporter that shared this information with us. Listen.
In Margibi County on May 29, 2025, Liberia President Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. came back to Liberia from Nigeria, where he attended the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS. But what seems like a normal trip almost ended in disaster. As the plane landed at Rabat International Airport, one of its tires burst. The plane shook and had to stop suddenly right in the middle of the runway. People on the plane got scared, and the old jet, which is 36 years old, could not move anymore. The president was quickly taken away in his car. Others on board were taken by airport shooters. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
There you have it. The situation was so scary. Where we found ourselves, folks. As you join us tonight, we ask you, please, all of you, Helenon Akibi, all of you, James Cole, Collie, Solomon Same, Review Change, Jad, Eddie, all of you share the show. Go on Facebook right now and just share the show. Go on YouTube and share the show. We are in the studio, we'll go on our Facebook pages and share the show. Likewise, to invite people to come and listen. Now, what actually happened? The year, the make, the model of the plane, and I like what Glenn is saying. The government got to be transparent. Everybody said that. Why the government thought they were going to hide this thing, Paul Kennedy? They rushed to all the media institution reporter, remove the SIM card, delete the video, but this stuff was already saved. And now we are playing it. It's on BBC. Just imagine the Gulfstream, the company name, 1989. Everything is right there. Our president's life was in danger. The country was hanging. The first report came up and said, well, that's the wrong way. The second report, no, that's the, no, that. And everybody confused like hell. In this case, what would the executive mansion do? In this case, after they have gathered all of the report from RIA, from LAA, or wherever A they came from, don't the executive mansion now, through the Minister of Information himself, have they come over with any statement? Have we seen any statement from Information Ministry? Oh, we'll just have to wait now for what, 72 hours, maybe 4 days, 5 days? Well, what's the normal process here, though? Dr. Richardson, if you know, why is the government still quiet and just allowing those entities to put up fake information? They have written 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's nothing comprehensive. So, what's the problem? Why is the government hiding something? And the president of the Republic of Liberia had a hard crash landing. Well, what's the issue?
I don't know, but I tend to agree that in such a situation, you need to be more transparent. Liberian people need to know what happened to the president. So I really don't know why they're hiding the information, except maybe they want to conjure their own information to make us accident seem like it was something different. I mean, we all know, the world knows it was on BBC that it was an accident. Or maybe they're trying to cover up. Like I heard someone try to minimize the issue relating to potholes on a runway and trying to say that our runway is one of the safest runway, but maybe Councilor Good, maybe you just fly in Africa, maybe you just fly in Liberia only, but our runway, I was just backtracking on December 3rd, on March 30th, 2025, there was news about a jet getting stuck on the runway. Okay, so this is not new. Our airport having problems, whether it's electrical or whether it's a runway issue, is not a new issue that needs to be addressed. You know, it needs to be investigated. Hair should be rolling by now. So I will not say that Liberia has one of the safest or the best runway. That airport is old. It should be fixed. There was money put in our budget numerous times, but this is what we have, and we've been using what we have, but it can be better, and that's what I'm saying. But I don't know why they're not saying what it's supposed to say.
Because something is happening. Great. Dr. Richardson, you went there, but you didn't go all the way in. Something happening. There must be a reason why there is no statement from the Ministry of Information. They allow the RIA to come up with 3 different statements. They allow BBC to do their own reporting. They allow all the independent media outlets to spray us in a which way. But the government remains silent. Can anybody go on make a page and tell us, maybe they put something out? Because I've been searching. I mean, I remain open though. While you share this show today, can you please go on make a page and post something and tell us? I mean, it is a problem that our country is engulfed into this for nothing secrecy. That somebody, Glenn, you want to say something? Is it there now?
No, the press secretary addressed it. Press secretary to the president.
No, Glenn. We'll play the press. I'm talking about Mika now. At what time you would take a position from the executive mansion to the information ministry? I'm saying Mika. Is there anything on Mika? Do we have anything? No. Oh, great.
I think the press secretary covered it though.
Yeah, but I'm saying Mika. Was it on Mika? No, it wasn't, right? They never had a usual morning briefing, right, Paul Kennedy? Did you hear Gerald Lemay-Pierre or Daniel Sanders speaking to this? I mean, is there any press release? They see one that twisted Edwin Snow's statement. Can they write something like that to twist the statement of the hard landing? You guys didn't get pen and paper. I mean, it's a joke. I heard my sister Kula Fufana. She says something. She didn't go deep in because she's limited. But Gerald Lemay-Pierre in this incident, he represents the entire government. The press secretary represents only the executive marshal and the activities around the president. This is a national security issue. Kula Fufana cannot go deeper into it. It will have to be the information minister that attend national security briefing. He does. He attend.
Yeah, but give him some time.
Happening. No, we will not give him some time.
Give them, maybe they're doing an investigation. You're talking about a runway.
No, Glenny, we will not give it some time. That's our problem. We cover on this issue to give it some time. It's going to be 48 hours. This is the life of the president of the Republic of Liberia. There's no giving some time. People play.
The poor family trying to miss code, my man.
Great, talk to me. Talk to me, Great.
So let me quickly debunk the issue of the runway. What Dr. Richardson said about the runway, about the flight, our Air Morocco, they actually missed the airstrip and went in the grass. It was not an issue of a challenge or the runway or potholes. They assumed that the issue of the flight yesterday had to do with potholes. But after a few hours, they resumed flights. Did they fix the potholes? That's deception. In a few hours, even Ethiopia Airlines, other things, go to the website of the RIA. They put it up on Facebook, the flights landing and flights picking up. So they did fill the runway in less than 4, 5, 6 hours. That deception. Let us not buy into that idea about that's the wrong way, that were potholes. Potholes, that kind of danger. No flight will come here, no flight will leave the country. They have to do almost a whole day for the place to get dry and all of those things. Let's just take elementary thought and think about that. Okay, so that issue about runway is a deception. Okay, look, these people, I can tell you about them. Not only are they secrecy, but they don't want the facts on the jet. That's why they seized all the phones. They took all the recording of. They thought that it was not going to come out. Because the choosing of the matter is that that jet is an old jet. It's Asian. Since 1989. The negotiator for the purchasing of that jet, I'm hearing $20 million have been put up front instead of $35 million. Why would you take 48 hours to respond, Ministry of Information, to a critical national issue? Let me tell you, the issue is not only a national issue, but it's of international concern. Because international people, international airlines are flying into Liberia and out of Liberia. So yeah, that is the most damaging conversation that I've heard from the government, that was potholes issue. If we email other flights afraid to pack up and say we cannot come to Liberia because we cannot take such a risk, okay? That particular statement was damaging. When I listened to Kuda, she said, oh, the president is healthy, sign in mind, whatsoever, that will come here, that the president is healthy. We saw him, he spoke to the media. We know he was chivalry, okay? Anyone was chivalry, the entire aircraft, everybody was crying because the guy crashed landed the aircraft, whether you like it or not. So, but the fact of the matter here is that for you to say, oh, the Ministry of Information can speak, or the press secretary will have to come and just sugarcoat and make 2-line statement or 2 paragraphs, not even 2 paragraphs, less than a paragraph statement. Is that how we intend to run the country? Liberians should have seen what had happened. They're concerned about the safety of their president, which is very significant for the power marshal for our country. Nobody wants Jeremiah Kun come and take over the country prematurely. That's what we want. Okay? It's not Jeremiah Kun people voted for. People voted for the president of the Republic of Liberia. But guess what? The millions of dollars they paid, the hundreds of thousands of dollars they paid for that trip. Okay, and the padam, they talk all of those things. They don't want nobody to know. See the EPS officer, 7 or then 149 in the way. Friend saying I told you that it was risky. They don't even understand the terrain of the airport in case of emergency. Okay, because you just grab some people from Nima County, grab some people from Lofa County who been ex-combatant and put them in the EPS. They are not trained people. They're just running the old rebel passing around during those days where the rebel just got running around passing. The other guy knew the airport. He said, "Me, I'm going there. That play I told you, say it's bad." Can you imagine that the EPL officer will go call a fire? Would they see? Can you imagine? Would they even see the fire service car? That was the most significant.
No, great. Let me hold you there. We can laugh. Great. You are going somewhere, which is so important. The airport is not ready for social emergency.
Yes.
The airport is not ready for social emergency. I mean, this is discouraging. But I really want somebody to tell exactly.
Fire service, you go now. EPA people running, nobody shooting, going dropping in the hole. You even want to protect yourself. That person that you go protect. Show that video and see how the guys falling down. Nobody they just took from Nima and Lofa County and put them in the EPS. We're all in training. They just know how to put her in the choker and fire. That's all they do.
You gotta be balancing your talk now.
But
CDC also have people that will act.
You were telling me.
We can't come at me.
Glenny, let me tell you. You will not send for him. No, you will not do this, Glenny. No, let me tell you. You will tell you when your time comes. No, yeah, let me tell you. Great finisher.
Glenny, don't be happy on the show tonight because Jeremiah brought ex-rebel from Prince Johnson days and was put in the EPS. No, excuse me. There are
my response has been hyper.
Glenny, you interrupting is not fair. Let me finish.
Just wait, I give you information. Go verify it. 300 people have been trained. They're placed in the EPS. They just took them, carry them for 2 weeks training. How to shoot gun, put them in the EPS. Look at all the rebels that are standing behind Jeremiah Kun. Look at the one that behind or Joseph Boyka from Lofa County. So rebel. They just running here to scatter from Lofa Defense Force. That the kind of people you can defend on area. When we had trained people in the country, see how the guys were falling. Can I show the video and see how
let hold you right there. That gives the other chance to speak. Let hold you right there. Great. Councilor Carmen, let's go back to the emergency situation at the airport. It didn't look good, and we're going to make our folks understand. Everybody will have the time to give his or her vision of what they have said. Councilor, what's going on?
Yeah, so Stanton, I tend to pick up from where Grace stopped. Especially when it comes to the emergency, the fire service truck. What I notice is that anytime a plane is expected to land, there's always a fire service truck prepared, really waiting for just in case or anything. I don't think we really saw it, and that is something that we need to, we really need to take into consideration. Secondly, like I said, you people, you brought the information that the plane cost $35 million and I think 20 million have been raised or whatever the case. And I said that if that information is true, that the plane is supposed to be purchased, then the misinformation, because I still take it as a misinformation, that is pothole on the runway is meant to protect the business transaction because people will end up getting kickback. And if you say the plane the money will not be paid. And people who are expecting to get something will not get anything. So then there'll be a bad business. So that's why they have to shift it to say pothole, in which that particular shifting even places the government in a very bad position. It places the airport into a very, very bad position. Like what Grace said, and any other person will know. If you say pothole on the air, on the runway, what kind of plane will be safe enough to fly? Secondly, few hours after planes started landing, planes started picking up. So when do you face the pothole? So I think that there's no sincerity in this particular release that was issued. If it was actually authenticated that it came from the RIA, I think people trying to cover up, and the only reason why they want to cover up, in my opinion, with the news that the plane is up for it to be purchased, is that they have to protect the business so they can get their cut. Other than that, they're not going to get anything for that plane. That's what I think, because there's no way you will lie like that. try to protect the plane, the malfunctioning of the plane itself, and try to put it on the government. If you set a pothole, then people has to roll. By this time, has to roll. Madam Seli, July 26, 2006, in Executive Mansion Fire Court. What happened? Hero, the Minister of State was dismissed, even though it was electrical shock, but he was dismissed. So if you say that you control the airport and pothole is on the airport, and you don't know, you're not meeting the airport, their hair should be rolling by now. So I don't think that is a pothole. I think they want to protect their business. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That bring it consider. Brother Darius. Thank you very much. Darius, talk to us.
Well, CEO, thank you. I think it's a good topic. First and foremost, we thank God for the life of our president and all of the passengers on board the flight. But then, like what we're hearing, the government wants to politicize this kind of a regrettable situation. How will you politicize almost the death of the president? How do you play politics with that? LAA and RRA saying potholes in less than hours. They are now agreeing with BBC that it is gear problem that resulted to the tire puncture of the jet, the plane. Where are we? President Bouakai could not take action on corruption cases. So why can this president take action against his own life? He almost kicked the black bucket. God forbid. Who negotiated the plane? That when that plane was made, I was 2 years old, CEO. Imagine that. I was just 2 years old when they manufactured that plane, that jet. Who negotiated that? What is the history of that jet before bringing it to the government of Liberia and putting our president in it? Because like Councillor Gould said and Honorable Grace said, people, when they kick back, corruption is reaching to the point that the president's life is at stake. And yet, it's almost 24 hours, nothing has been said. No action has been taken. Who negotiated the plane? It says Minister Grispe or Deputy Minister Cornelius Craig, or it said
Uber Air, man. Don't waste our time. More I said that Uber Air, that pick and drop, $40,000 went into it. That's a, you know, this thing is nonsense, right? I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you asked some good questions, yeah. But now up to over 24 hours, no statement, and people say they wait, they were told. Kula Fofana went and said the president life is okay. He's sleeping at home. No more, no less.
Since the president is safe and sleeping at home, and that unfortunate situation took place, we all say we thank God for his life. But I have never seen a leader that it reached to the point that your life is in danger as a result of other people wanting to get kickbacks, or as a result of people playing politics with your life, and as a leader, you have not taken action. No action have been taken. Even the EPS officers that attempted and tried saving the president's life, what have the president said? Or the Minister of Information? In other countries, we saw people saving the life of Donald Trump and other leaders. They were immediately rewarded or given some appreciation. Nothing has been said. It is just clear, CEO. The president knew that this plane is old. He got the history, but he decided to take the risk because he wants to satisfy some of the officials who try convincing him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's come to Glennie. Says Glennie, welcome again. Let's hear you on this issue.
So I'm not a politician. I'm a Liberian. Liberia is my interest. So whatever I know, I will talk about Liberia. I don't think anybody. Let me move on from that topic before say something that's not going to be kosher before the storm comes now. Because the let the calm remain so the storm does not come. I'm going to skip that. Because I don't need any level of lecturing or education to be able to talk on the issues of Liberia. And I made it very clear when I started that we thank God that the president is safe. But the maneuvering and the different statements that they made, there was no reason for it. And I made it clear. So whether it was pothole, old plane, young plane, there was absolutely no reason for them to do all of that. I think they owe it to the Liberian people for whoever responsible, whether it's the information ministry, the NSA, EPS, whoever is responsible to come out to the citizenry and say, this is what happened to the president yesterday, and say something about it. That we should have said. There should be no reason why most of the government officials are on Facebook or on social media and trying to defend what happened or trying to give a narrative when we now have foreign press saying something else and making us look bad. I think that's clear. Nobody can cover that up. I would hope that the Ministry of Information, suffice it to say that the time is not expedient for some of us here because they haven't responded. The fact that the arm set aside to a bit that the press secretary addressed it. If she had not addressed it today and said something about it, I would be concerned. But I think there has to be a statement from the government to the citizenry of Liberia saying what happened to the president yesterday, why it happened, and what is being done. So we'll wait to hear all of that. Now, you can have a Mercedes that was made today or a Tesla or whatever today. And you can have a 45-year-old car. If accident is going to happen, it's going to happen. An accident for a car has nothing to do, and you can have a brand new car that will malfunction, not because of age. It could be a technical problem. So when we come with a narrative and saying, oh, it's 36-year-old, a 48-year-old, my cousin said, oh, he was 2, he can be 0 months old. If an accident is going to happen, it's going to happen. But we also need to understand that if that plane is that old, we will also want to know what was the investigation done. How did they check it? How did they make sure that it will be safe for the president of a country to travel in it? That's my issue. What was the background things that they did for that plane for him to get on it? And I will, like I say, in the end, I hope this situation needs to be addressed fully by the Minister of Information. Tell us, the security people need to come and tell us. Let me just end. Not everybody in CDC was trained. Not everybody in CDC had the education. Not every EPS in CDC had the security knowledge. Every government will have people in there that would not have the technical know-how, but they will be trained and they'll be able to do the work. Let's not downsize any government based on who's in there, because we know that there are some people that were in CDC government that should not have had some of those positions that they had. Now the calm is there. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me hear again. I want to welcome you. Please go ahead. Please go ahead and share the show. It's good to have all of you on. We recognize you. We want to say thank you for joining us. Like I said, it will be a very, very interesting show today. So after this round, we'll run to the next topic. We got 8 topics. So let's bury this one very quick. The president is safe, of course, but what's the problem? The government is quiet because it's the government own making. You reap what you sow. People don't like to hear it, but it's a fact that the president can lead and hold people accountable. These things will happen all the time. My brother Paul Kennedy.
There is a calm before the storm. Look, I have a different view. You can take your rock and start chunking me. But I think the government is within.
Why you confessing so soon?
I think the government. Yeah, let chunking rap business. I think the government is currently operating within its protocols, and the standard operation procedures definitely adhere to. The fact that in less than 24 hours, the press secretary came out and made a clear statement of the incident and the measure and the effect of it. I think the government is on track. There is a need that the Minister of Information come to provide additional statement, and the additional statement will be warranted when based on the scale of the incident and the nature of it, and pretty much the Ministry of Education information only comes to add up to what the press secretary have already said. So I don't think the government is out of track. I personally believe, based on my understanding of strategic communication, that the government did provide a highlight of the issues in the incident that occurred, and the government is currently on track. Let me come back to support my sister Glennie, that airlines or aircraft are not measured only by the model or the year was made. They are measured by flight hours. They are measured by pressurization cycle. They are measured by maintenance quality. They are measured by the aircraft model and the usage pattern. When you put all of these things together before you say, oh, the plane old or the plane new. For instance, if you have a private jet that is parked in your lobby, in your airport or in your hangar, that flies maybe four flying hours every week or 5 flying hours every week, you can compare that to an airliner, a commercial airliner that is flying 15 to 20 hours every week. Example, the current airline, the Air Force One, was made in 1999. And the reason why I put Air Force One is one of the most maintained aircraft on Earth, period. You can compare it with any other aircraft as far as the maintenance cycle is concerned. Air Force One is currently 35, 36 years old, but Air Force One will be living up to another 25, 30 years before we can even think about spoiling it. Saying it's damaged. Its spread is very well maintained. The cycle of maintenance is kept. The pressurization cycle is frequent. The air flying time and the flight hours is restricted only to the presidential movement. So we can't do a blanket statement and say because the jet was made 35-year-old, so the jet old and spoiled. Now let's come back to the issue of the runway. I have not been on the runway, but to my understanding, President Selly, before she left power, gave $65 million to the rehabilitation, the building of that airport and whatever it is. Somebody can come and correct me on that. Now, last year, we saw that there was an incident involving Air Morocco. That incident was based on debris that was on the airport after the heavy rain. Is it possible that there could have been some more debris that the airline came and ran into that punctured the tire? Of course, yes. In other countries, we see them washing the runway. Do they wash the runway in Liberia? Those things are maintenance current issues that need to be frequently addressed by the Liberian Airport Authority. So listen, like Glenda said, and I will follow her track, it is an accident. The most we can do as a government or a country is to reduce some of the risks, make sure we're doing our maintenance regularly, make sure we are following up with all of our regular standard operating procedures, following up the international standards, so that we reduce some of the.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. We got to stop. Guys, can we keep this thing?
Making accident here in a few days.
Can we keep this thing on at least 2 minutes? I'm begging everyone. It's not anybody's fault, but I'm just begging everyone. Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. We just have to move on. Governor Clinton.
Thank you, Senator.
It's been a while.
Yeah, well, man, when it gets busy, you gotta step back a little, but I'm here.
Thank you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, look, I think you know what happened last night. Very scary situation. Is a matter of national security. Like many of the other panelists have spoken tonight, it's very scary situation. Not just you have a sitting president who was in the midst of a near fatal accident that calls for serious. I mean, people saying, Paul said the government is within its standard operating procedures. I would think that, sometime last night, somebody within the government who have spoken to the Liberian people and said immediately to address this thing, this president almost had a crash, So again, but something like you said, this is our ruling. I mean, as people were speaking, I was just doing some research on the cost of what it would cost to get private jet. $35 million. I know, Paul, you talk about all the maintenance and everything, but I mean, just given the cost out there, I don't think Liberia should be spending $35 million on the 30 years. You can find something new or better than that. But it tells you, what's happened. Obviously, this is Liberia. This is the government that has been marred by backdoor deals, whether it was the yellow machine and stuff like that. So it's somebody obviously is trying to get some money. That plane, we shouldn't be spending $35 million on it. But the second part of this entire thing is, as many of the people have said already, I haven't seen any of the videos, but the concern with airport safety, that there were no emergency vehicles, no emergency personnel to respond to the aircraft. It was it was left to the mercy of EPS officer without the requisite training to do it. That's a cause for concern. This is an airport. You got to think about when you fly into Liberia and there's something happening. You're not gonna have just what needs to be in place to help the situation. So I think the president is faced with a very critical situation. It needs to be addressed. This is a matter again of national security. It needs to be addressed immediately. This president needs to convene a national security meeting. They need to look at the airport. They need to talk about safety. And the government need to be really forthcoming on whether this was a tarmac issue, whether this was a problem with the aircraft that we are spending reportedly $35 million for. The government needs to be clear what exactly happened at that airport. And Andy Glennie, love you, but you guys, we need to get past the CDC thing. Just because there were problems in CDC, just because, people from the CDC knew of problems, it doesn't mean we can't address the problems as they are now. This is why the CDC lost the election. This is why the Liberian people elected the new government. For us to talk about this issue, these people came to quote-unquote rescue the country to change the problems so that we are not having these near-fatal crashes at the airport, so we are not having quote-unquote potholes in the middle of the international airfield. So we have to address it. Just because we said, things happen in cities, it doesn't mean we can't address the thing. We have to.
Thank you.
And we can't keep going back every time we say there's a problem. Oh, well, it happened in CDC.
Thank you very much, Governor Clinton. As a welcome to the show, my man. Let's move on. Thank you for joining us, Minister Doe.
Thank you. Today I was in conversation with two persons that work at the airport, around the airport environment. And they were telling me something so funny, that there has been a lot of discussion within on the press release that was placed out yesterday concerning the potholes issue. On one side, the other guys were saying, why did they rush to put such stuff out? It will show incompetence of the government. On the other side, they're saying, yeah, that was a good thing to do so the people can know the real intent. But then at the end, the two persons told me what the government is deciding to do is to come up with another press statement to say, no, that press statement that was out the last time was fake. It's not a real press statement. So I started laughing. I said, but what kind of a government is fighting itself? Can anyone help me with any reason why you want to lie on an issue that could have caused someone's death? It said that you so much used to lies until a near-death issue will also come with lie? How much more of a lie will you tell? If this plane was rotten and the tire got whatever it is, why you can say it? Why are you confusing yourself with lies? You put out a release. You are asking yourself now, that release, they will show that the government is incompetent, that we're not doing our job. So you sort of put us out. Why you rush for other person? No, you know what? Okay, so they can know say that the plane bust, so that the good thing, okay, they put something else out later and say the release was a fake release for us. Why are you doing this to yourself? No one is fighting you. Why are you fighting yourself? Why? And let me say this, just quickly to end on it. I listened to my own very sharp sister Glennie talking about CDC thing. Okay. Now, people, Do you want us to talk about CDC team from now to 2029? I mean, for the sake of for the sake of truth, you said CDC wasn't doing it better. Although CDC didn't have this much of a problem. The first airport thing that came, it came in the fourth year.
Yeah. Let's move on
It
and
came,
do the takeaway, please.
it came in the fourth year. And now you're having all of this problem, but the only justification is that it happened. Now you lie on yourself and want to withdraw statement, all these things. I think it is embarrassing.
Again, I want to say thanks to you, all of you. Want to appreciate you. We'll be bringing in the political leader of CMC, Musa Hassan Bility. Chairman Bility will join the show shortly to give us his view on these current trending national issue, likewise. I mean, but let's face it, you know, I appreciate all of you. We will not all sleep on the same bed. We all may not have the same reasoning, but it's good that we are Liberian, come here to speak truth to power, directly or indirectly. If you like it, fine. If you don't like it, say your own. I say my own, and the Liberian people decide. On this big case, my friend, everything that happened in Liberia is the president's responsibility. Everything. He hired, he fired. If the president waited 48 hours, he agreed with his advisor to wait the next year to address it. It's up to the president. The president was in the plane. Nobody have to go say anything. He watched the drama. He was in the drama. He was one of the cast members, maybe the main actor. So there's no reason why we sit here and play around and say, well, let's wait for national security. Okay. The president is, I mean, to each his own. Our country is in a bad place. The information minister failed to release a press statement. But you know what? They waited for a month and they have to release a press statement on Edwin Snow and they lie on him. So they're going to wait again for another month and a half to release a press statement on this one. That's a problem. Our country is in a mess. When you have minister interviewing ministers, director interviewing director, you know that the country is finished. To be frank, our country is in a mess when you have the justice minister interviewing the finance minister. You know that our country is in a double Shiko honey iced tea. Where will you find truth? The deputy minister of state.
CEO, what is what interviewing at LTA?
The deputy minister of state, the allegation of embezzlement, the allegation of massive corruption, even ongoing right now. But you have the finance minister. No. The senator, my dear friend Darius DeLong, that's supposed to be there doing check and balances and oversight.
Man, I thought you host.
Man, a family thing. A family meeting.
Guys, hold on. Now you have your own. Let me tell you my 20 seconds. My
family meeting. I don't want to help you at all.
Yeah, but hold on, guys. I beg you. My own sweet for you. Jay, enjoy it. But let me talk. You know, Granny will come with a storm. We'll quiet it down. That Richardson will come with own. We'll quiet it down. But we are in a problem. My fellow Liberians, we are in a problem. Our country is sinking. And the leadership have agreed again to lie. Who is investigating the investigator? Who is policing the policeman? My brother Poiken, they say, I read from the Code of Conduct, the Liberian Constitution, the president get right to wait for 1 month to give report. Hey God! My brother Poiken is saying
misinformation.
No.
That's a misinformation. That's a misinformation.
No. Let me do my own. You do your own. Everybody, you do your own. Let me do my own now. And that's why we all come with different ideas. I get 5 more seconds. We are in some serious trouble in Liberia if we do not change. You know what? God said it will happen to the president, but the president will live to tell the story. And we're all grateful to God for that. If this were going to happen to a passenger plane, President Biden will say, okay, I'll take care of it. No problem. God worked in a mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. And I must say to you today, my fellow Liberians, we are grateful that the president is living to tell the story. He must act. He must set the country right. He must put the country back on track. The track to rescue. The track to redeem and bring hope to the hopeless. We don't have it. So I beg for us to leave. I got to tell somebody to, so we'll go to the next one real quick. You tell your own wisdom. I beg for us to leave. Let me put this up real quick. It's very important for us to see this, though. This is hard. This is terrible. You know, our reporter went out and he spoke to members from the dialysis area at JFK. Let's talk about this briefly. And I'm not going to speak on it. The post can decide. Let's listen to some of the videos.
It's a surprise couple.
How long have you been coming to the hospital?
July making me 1 year. I've been coming here. I can come 3 times a week, but they put me on Tuesdays. I pay $95 every 2 days. But we pay our money since 2 weeks now, no material. As you can see me, I'm getting sweater. See my stomach? Yeah. No material, and me, I live with my father, single father, who is breakdown, he's sick. I go on air and beg people for help. You can see me before on air. I beg people for help. When they send it, I come for treatment. And that money too much for us. We're not working. When we come for them to treat us, they tell us that no material, and not for not second, not tear. And we go to the woman get nothing to tell us. She can't even follow us to the center to go see what happening. She only put the blame on the doctor. And we go back. She get us swim off. And we dying slowly out. They sickness treat us in the night. Today you see us sitting like that normal, but in the night we don't sleep. When normal human beings sleep, not how we sleep. We sit in chair, poor people, okay, if not tear pray on. And they sickness get ready and you see in the night. You wake up, you go in the bathroom, you wake up, you sit on outside. You sleeping. Everybody sleeping. The way I sit here and move, I go where my breath will cut. I got to sit down for an hour. It really using up. Go come from on that machine and sleep up. We go on that machine, we sleep for that time. But we can't no material, paying that money. So begging the government to come to our help. We really need our help. We're dying slowly. We're dying. No help for us. Let them come to our help. Let them save us. We beg them. Let them help us. Because our money is too much for us.
Let me play the next video.
We pay, you coming all 3 years to it dialysis here. Every month, we pay, we do a dialysis twice a week. And for every session, we pay $95, then $20 for the injection. Almost like $125 for every session. Every month is up like $1,000. We pay for a month on dialysis alone, excluding medication. But I don't have problem with it. But the problem is when you look around, you also for the money and thing, you come now, then you can't get the dialysis done. Now, right now where he was feeling much better. He was trying to recover gradually. Going back to square one. He can't breathe. He's swelling up. We can't sleep. Even me, I'm not even working again. I said to him because by the time I leave the they come, they say, can't. He going off for can he not breathing good or can he so it kind of depressing and frustrating because you put all your effort into something and then at the end of the day you can't get anything, you can't see anything for all the suffering you're going through. So we try appealing to them to try to help us because this is the only place when they say you got kidney disease and not something to play with. I think the doctors say no, what you mean when you miss one session you go back to square one. Go and see people in there swelling up. People can't even breathe. They can't even talk. My husband walk and move around. He see it today. He see it down there. He didn't even want to walk to come here.
So, my mom has been doing dialysis almost 3 years now. If I can say, we have been doing dialysis all of Liberia for 1 year, 10 months. She have never experienced this. Now, one day, my mom is swelling up, really swelling up. She can't even move her leg. She can't move her leg. We have been calling to the hospital, calling. We have been coming. No result, no material. They are telling us tomorrow. If you just come here tomorrow morning, by 2 o'clock in the morning, you'll see patients waiting for dialysis. 2 o'clock in the morning, people will be sleeping in their car, waiting to do dialysis. Because no machine. No machine.
And they don't need to be exposed to...
No need to be exposed. Before they start 2 o'clock in the morning, what do you think become of them? definitely they will feel somehow. See patients in the car, see how they feeling. You think these people when they go home today? My worry is when they go home, what happened to them next? Because they are saying tomorrow, we don't know what they will bring in materials tomorrow. We don't know. Our patients are there. Go see people in the ER.
So how much is your mother spend
My
on
mom
a daily?
spent $285 a week, 3 times a week, because dialysis is 12 hours a week. So she comes 3 times a week. We buy injection, which is $40. So she buy 2 injections a week. So if you add all that money.
So we're gonna stay with these 3 videos and let's talk about it. Dr. Richardson. This is a serious issue, but today, because of the good work of this phone reporter, we say kudos to them. Haji, we say kudos to Haji. The JFK put us this statement. The John F. Kennedy Medical Center, Liberia National Referral Hospital, is pleased to announce to the public that the dialysis services have officially resumed at the hospital dialysis center. This vital service has been temporarily paused due to technical and operational constraint. But Kennedy, you will help us in these kind of messages when they say operational constraint. You know that money issue. We spoke to somebody from that center that says Stanton is hard. The money is not coming. The maintenance of those equipment, we can get there. The issue is hard, not only for the patient, but for the staff and doctors and technicians. So Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. You're seeing the statement now. We had to go there before they even say they are resuming operation. Let's hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry for all of the patients that have to undergo dialysis in Liberia and perhaps around the world. It is, not an easy disease. It's the effect of having kidney problems when your body cannot, filter the waste in your body, because we all, that's why normal people go pee and go to the bathroom. But many of the medical professionals on this show can speak more to that. But I hope and I'm wishing that letter that came from JFK could have been out there for the patients earlier. Why did they have to wait and the patients had to go to JFK and find out that the machine's not working? They have constraints before. Why do they have to learn that the machines have problems? Why did the camera people have to go there? When you're on dialysis, you need to know it's something that it has to be a routine. You don't want to increase people's anxiety about that. So I just, I'm glad that they put that letter out there, but that should have been done earlier. Number 2, I was alarmed by, I believe that people should pay for services. I run a private practice and I don't do free work. But on the economy that we have, $285, $95 per session, especially if people going 2-3 days a week, that's just based on the economy that we have. Okay, maybe if another kind of economy, I could understand it. In fact, I would have to say many of my clients that I talk to that are on dialysis, they are on Medicaid, which is subsidized by the state. So they really very rarely have to pay. But we don't have that kind of insurance company in our country. We need to be looking into that. But the economy that we have and the people paying $95, $285 is a little bit high on my end. That's what I have to add.
Yeah, let me bring in Glennie on this one. She worked in that terrain. Glennie, you listen to the folks and you follow the story. What say you, man?
So the dialysis issue is near to my heart. I remember 3 years ago, before I talk my personal story, we came on Spoon TV to ask for support. Michael Padmore and I was supporting this Liberian lady who had lived in Kenya for 10 years on dialysis.
Yep.
And we were able to raise money to get her because she had a son in Liberia and Kenya was too far. And so we came on Spoon, were able to raise funding, almost $10,000. She was so excited to go to Liberia. All the way we tried to convince her she wanted to go to Liberia. They had a dialysis center. She wanted to go there, to be there. She was the first patient. After living in Kenya for 10 years on dialysis, subsequently she will come every 2 or 3 years to come and see her son, but she will have to stop in Sierra Leone, get dialyzed, and then go to Liberia. She was in Liberia for a month and a half and she died. My mother, in 2014, when I lost my dad, was in kidney failure. It's my personal story. So dialysis story is very dear to my heart. My mom has been alive on dialysis now for 10 years. She cannot go to Liberia. She wants to go. She cannot. She will not survive. One of the concerns I have with the dialysis center in Liberia is, and for anything, if we're not going to be able to staff it correctly, to have all of the equipment it needs, the water, and that's a lot of things they need. Being in the healthcare world for so many years, there's a lot that they need. Even the solution that they use, I don't know how we're able to even provide that. I heard some of the patient families saying 2 days. In here, the maximum days for dialysis is 3 days. It's 3 days dialysis. There are 2 types of dialysis. I'm sure we're not doing peritoneal, because peritoneal, if that's what we're doing in Liberia, then that's the 12 hours. But the other dialysis that is not peritoneal, where you're going from the stomach, where you're going from the veins, from the shunt site and stuff, that's 4 to 5 hours. So when she's saying 12 hours, that's peritoneal. So when you have somebody like that, you're running the machine all night. And if that's what we have in Liberia, that's the easiest one. That's something that people do in their homes in the States. They put it on at night. So during their sleep time, they have it on running. And in the day, they're fine. That's every day. And they're able to do that 2 days, kudos. But if we're not ready, and we don't have the right equipments, and we don't have people trained, there's no reason for us to keep that center open. Because they're not only paying for the dialysis, she's talking about injections. What those dialysis patients need, they need anticoagulants to be able to ensure that the blood will not clot. When the catheters, when they have issues with the catheter and it can't flush, they have infection problems. So I don't know what to say. This is just too close. The people can say too close to call. It's too close for me to express the emotions I have. Because had it not been for dialysis, my mother would have been dead since 2014. And so to be able to do this to the Liberian people and not adequately have a center that caters to their needs is a waste of time. They either fix it or they don't have it until they're able to fix it. They need it. Clearly you can see we have a lot of people in Liberia who needs it.
Oh yeah, we do.
A lot of people, the lady saying people lining up. There's a lot of people there that they have kidney issues.
Let me say this to you. If you've opened the phone line, we managed to enter the hospital the other night. You see people lying on the floor.
Yes.
I'll show you the video. You got people lying on the pregnant women lying on the bed floor, sleeping. You know, that's the hidden part of our country. And the thing that the government or folks in the government cannot challenge themselves to. But they will come and sing the goodness and forget about the people that died. I want to play this, and maybe 2 or 3 other you guys can talk, and we'll move on because it's 6:30. Musa will be coming to help, have more conversation in this. Listen to this dialysis patient, and when you see the jaw swelling up, when you see the eye bugging out, when you see the arm, they don't think that it's something all that work, the up and down and the different chemical and the different flushing, the different machine work. But listen, the woman said the machine is breaking down on them. This is a national security issue. What would the government say about this one? So if Spoon wasn't going to go there, you're never going to know. No, let's face it. The reporter called me and said, CEO, can we go and cover that? I said, why are you asking me? I said, please go. The people came to the network. They said, we can't go any other place. But spoon, Glenny. They said, we can't go there because we've been asking ministers and other people. They're driving past us. They said, but hey, can you come and see what's happening? I told the guy, you got to go there. I said, you have to. People have turned their back on them. Waiting for allocation from the budget. Ain't reached down to them yet. No. But the people that are eating the money, they're saying not to lecturing each other and say the government is fine. Listen to this patient.
The machine said that the boy on half of it a breakdown. You go because get a fork like in the name. Tomorrow they feel destined. I think that you said then you get one back. Fork like in the net, to go send out to the hospital until in the morning. You send out there and they say you will tell you no material or they will not treat you for that day. So your country, our help really need your help to save us, please. Just can't go look there for.
It's crazy. Listen, I beg for us to leave, but if you want to add, let's make it 1 minute because Dr. Richardson has spoken and says Glenny seal this thing up. Great, just let to give you 30 seconds, please. I beg you.
I think starting will be unfair to you and give me 30 seconds. It's very unfair, seriously. Look.
We'll make it 1 minute, and I hope they accept it. We gave you 1 minute.
This is human cruelty. When the first dialysis center Republic of Liberia was opened March 2, 2022 in honor of President Sally, that was the corporate social fund under NOCA that was used to construct that center. Unity Party now takes the corporate social funds under NOCA and send it to their party for partisan. Popular Record, Suakoko just said that. The center, there's a challenge, according to the lady, listen to her. The money that is supposed to take to put in the health sector that they talk about, the criticized other administration, President Boakai is buying a jet for $20 million. He bought 2 vehicles for over 1.1 million United States dollars. That area is abandoned. Absolutely abandoned. This is human created. This is inhumane. This is crime against humanity that we are discussing tonight. I don't think we deserve a meaning on it. Paul is here. If the last government built the center and left equipment there, you come and build upon it. You go 16 months into the... There's no excuse that you can give. When you take money and put it on a supplementary payroll and one person either to get married tomorrow morning to another man that you buying the man. This is crime against humanity that we are discussing. Not just because people don't have to shoot guns to kill people that will say crime against humanity. Look at JFK. They criticize other administration about JFK, but at least there's a dialysis center there. It's an open fight. It's an established fight. It's what we call a fait accompli. But what is President Boakai doing? Riding Sunday in a lesser vehicle and passing around that costs $1.1 million? Taking money and bribing lawmakers to remove a speaker? Is that how we're going to run the country? When people just complaining that Mo Ali in Bapolu, the lawmaker complaining that the water he put there, they're not pumping the water that hand pump now. All lawmakers just complain. This is fly. What people are dying. That's why the health workers who said you harmonize our pay, will harmonize your vote, will vote for you. Where are they? What happened to them? Look at those people standing. You know what it took for you to get in that place? People go to that place and sleep outside in cold bowl shop, and outside people are already sick. They're sleeping outside. There's no shelter. These are the things that we're talking about. Stand on 1 minute to anybody on the show is insignificant. Look at them.
Yeah, but listen, the best thing we have introduced it, we will continue, but everybody have to speak. We have introduced it, great man. We hear what you say.
Yeah.
Great man. We hear what you say. Let's go to Paul Kennedy. Again, Paul Kennedy is still the health fee. Sorry, Paul, it's not you that comes to
but we are talking about protection of life.
Honorable Gray, we beg to leave you. We beg to leave you. Sorry. Councilor, come in. Let's hear you, Councilor. This is where we need to address. Honorable Gray, we have to leave you. Honorable Gray, we have to leave you. Councilor, come in, please. Councilor Gu.
I'm sorry, but nobody voted for him for. They didn't vote for him to suffer like that.
Councilor, good comment, please.
Stanton, I am not prepared to talk about the politics. I'm not prepared to politicize the health of our people. I'm prepared to offer prayers for those who are in pain tonight. Look, this is not just, it's not just today. It has been time immemorial. My friend, my workmate lost her big son. The young man worked hard, got married, didn't even take too long. A kidney started to malfunction. They were paying $100, I think $125, $150 every 2 days. Imagine, for months they were paying that money. And that young man still died. So whether it's Joe Weah based something, whether it is Joseph Boakai based something, where we are now, the life of our people is our concern. We just pray. I mean, we know government is there. We know that. I mean, everything is a lot of things. But then now we need to go to God. At a certain point in time, we just need to forget about whether government, whether Ministry of Health, whether JFK, and just seek the face of God and let Him just touch the lives of those people for them to be healed. Because our hospitals just can't make it. Government come, government go, government come, government go, to continue to fail the people. So where do we go? We talk. It's almost like the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court rule, there's no way you can go. You just go to God if you're not satisfied. So for me, I just think that, we pray that the best will happen, but I pray that God will touch the lives of those people and they will get divine healing.
Thank you very much. We'll join you in prayer. We will. I'm going to watch night tonight. We'll join you in prayer. Paul Kennedy, you from this?
Why you gotta go to one night?
But truthfully, I'm going to the church tonight. Today is Friday. I will join him in.
No, why you like? No. You know him. I mean, I will let him pass it. I will credit him. I will credit him today.
Look, Glenda said something that I would like to push back. I would like to support that if the people are taking the money from their pocket to be paying for the services, the money will not be enough to maintain the dialysis center. And that center was opened 2022. And at the time it was open, the nephrologists that were there, the people who are specialized in taking care of kidneys, and the gastroenterologists that were there came from Kenya. They were actually there training Liberians to help to run the center. I was at the part of our member of the occasion. I was part of the occasion of the opening ceremony on March 2nd. Stanton, the equipment maintenance alone is anywhere ranging between $150,000 to $300,000 for the equipment I saw in there every year or every other year. If you saw in the letter, the person said the operating equipment cost is challenging. It's a constraint. They were actually telling you the truth, because besides calibrating the equipment, you have to regularly buy something we call consumable. All of the fluid, the liquids, the substances that are used in there, just like Glenda was saying. It is very expensive for people to be taking money out of their pocket without the insurance to be able to pay for the dialysis process in Liberia. Again, my recommendation would be that government pays some attention to it, or else, the center itself will not be able to maintain the kind of, inpatient flow they have. Just hearing from the woman's testimony that a lot of them have to sit down in car, and some of them even go to sleep there. It's not a cheap thing to run. They're going to be thinking about at least 10 or 20 million every year just to run that dialysis center if they want to run it effectively.
Governor Clinton, let's hear you. We're going to do the 1 minute. We've really got to go to MCC.
Senator, look, this is just it's heartbreaking. You know, our country for a long time we've had problems with priority. We don't know what to prioritize. While we spending. When was the last time the president of Liberia got assassinated? Why are we spending $1.5 million on bulletproof vehicle? When was the last time a president of Liberia was attacked publicly? Like, why? It's just we don't have priorities. Why are we spending $35 million on a plane? And you have these heartbreaking stories that people are telling about a dialysis center. For the first time in the history of our country, you have one with all the problems that people have, and the government can fund it. And this go back to this cartel that has been running the government. When you talk about where the room Fanatina was talking about these people in the budget and all these people that get rich on these different Senate committees, we Librarians are some of the most heartless people you can find. When you think about how people spend public resources and reach themselves, and you have all these heartbreak. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. I mean, watching this thing is just, it's terrible. That's all I can say. This is just, it's really sad.
If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you know someone out there that must go every morning, 3 o'clock in the morning to go do dialysis, for whatever reason, and they have to charge them $200, $195, $250 just for one session, you ask yourself, where's the money coming from? What can this government do to help solve the problem? No. Don't tell me about CDC. We in power now. We are in control. Let's face it. Listen to everybody that's speaking tonight. You understand there's a need. But the takeaway, folks, and that's the reason why we will be in every corner in our country to tell the Liberian people the truth. The takeaway, if the reporters cannot report the story, the people will be kept in the dark. Do you think that happened yesterday? No. Poor people wasn't reporting the story. These people are crying. And see what happened. They've been brought to light. We have some government officials that drinking and eating their jacket and chilling. They got no remorse. They're in power now. They will not talk about it. And our people will die without pain and suffering. Where is the government? Where is the Minister of Health doing? I mean, it's bad for our country. Isaac, I beg you, sir, 1 minute, and Brother Darius, 1 minute, and we go on to the bigger story for tonight.
You're right. So, Standard, everyone on the show, Standard, can you mute? Yeah. Everyone on the show, I'm very sure if you were to count the amount of times you heard damage the country, is endless. You have heard damage the country from UP people plenty amount of times, right? Oh, they may damage the country. Joe, we have damaged the country. The definition of damage the country, that's what you are hearing tonight. Wherein someone brought something to make things better, another person comes and spoil that thing. Paul, you just said when that particular center was established, right? You just said 2022, right? So it was there to help. Right now, what is it doing? This, like we always say, you cannot run propaganda with a government. Like, you can win an election based on lies, but to govern, no, you can't lie on governing a state. You can't come to the public and tell the people, say, everything is juicy, the country is okay. When real actual humans are dying, you can't play propaganda running the country. This is the definition of damage the country. I can't imagine what would this country be after 4 or 5 years from now, with the level of decline that is being seen. I listen to the woman talking about buying things, they turn people out, no materials, and then you talk about machine being down for some time. It is sad, and I just hope, the divine grace can touch the people and help them out. But the country is declining and declining very fast.
Darius, let's give you 1 minute.
Yeah, so CEO, I think it is so pathetic. The situation at JFK is regrettable. But what do we say? You have all of the corporate social responsibility of NOCA, NPA, LPRC, LTA, Maritime going elsewhere when the government is supposed to direct the corporate social responsibility fundings, money to help JFK. The sad thing is that we witnessed the speaker, the regime speaker, dedicating or breaking ground, in other words, breaking grounds for 20 million incinerator. When people are dying, you go and break ground for 20 million incinerator, and it is not in the budget of 2025. You pass the budget before going to break ground. So in other words, you broke the ground for 2026 budget when people are dying in 2025. This is so sad, CEO. Witnessing and watching all those things, it could be any of our sister, parents, it's frustrating. It's so sad.
Again, guys, I want to say thanks to all of you. I will leave you with this video. Pregnant women sleeping on the floor in JFK. Those of you mothers and have daughters. And this is Liberia today. Just take a look. In the middle of the night in JFK. That's the video right there. People are afraid. But yet in America, they will give you access to those places because they are not afraid. They will close the patient door. You cannot go in the patient room, but you have access. Look at pregnant women are all on the floor. Lenny, you see them? Sleeping on the bench on the floor, waiting to be called the next day. When we do this thing, people sit there and say, but why are you doing it? We're doing it because we need a reform in our country. We're doing it because we want you to stop going to the liquor shop, ministers and directors and do your work. We are doing it because the people need help. They brought you to power to change their life and their living condition. We are doing it because it's the best thing to do. Not just to get the money and put it in your pocket and go smoke and go drink and go ball. Then you're going to wait. You have a great weekend and then you start Monday again. But people are dying. No medication. People are dying. But you're going to get into your swimming pool. You're going to chill. You got a job to do now. You got an AC card. What become of the folks that stood online and walk in the dead water and poo-poo water to vote you in? What become of them? Oh yeah, you want us to keep quiet? There's no reason I should keep quiet. I'm in voting every day. I'm in power every day to look for the news in every sector of our country and to reveal the fact to the Liberian people, because this too will help our country to transform. Who are you to sit in government, Mr. Minister, Mr. Director, and lie to the people? I don't care you say George Weah did it. We remove George Weah. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about you. George Weah and Natano follow Miguel. They have payroll pattern. Their accusation. They went to LCC. Miguel was there on payroll pattern. Guess what happened? Supplementary payroll. But what happened today? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what happened when you remove people's name from the list, but you cannot give them the money. And now you cannot send the money back to the bank, and the money went MIA. And you have our sister explaining till she can't explain no more. Explanation finished. And somebody sent me a message last day and said, Stanton, don't put this on Kula. Kula is just a worker. Kula answer to somebody. She take instruction. Who authorized Kula? Not Kula, I'm sorry. Kalenda Cry, I mix them up all the time. I apologize to you, Kula. But who gave our own sister, the councilor Cry, the chance from the executive mansion to twist the letter, to bring the letter back? You pull it so you're not adding up the math. It's not mathing, my friend. For it was 4 months. From 4 months to now, almost $1 million went missing. Now they say it's for consultancy. Somebody from the executive mansion, they still don't leave that one, that money gone. But what would the president do? What would President Boakai do? They still don't leave it. When Sylvester Graceby leave the executive mansion, they will fix it in a lie. Remove Sylvester Graceby. Sylvester Graceby is not your only problem. Your problem is deeply rooted in the mindset of those that have decided to destroy the country. So whether you remove Sylvester Graceby today or tomorrow, the problem stays the same. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about this thing. But before we do it, you know what? Let's allow the guys to set this up for us, Dr. Richardson, for better understanding. I said we'll give you 2 minutes. We'll bring in Darius. Then we'll go to Honorable Gray. Then we all will come in. After this, we'll talk about the MCC. Massive corruption breaking in the wire right now. We are getting more information on the city mayor of Monrovia. I said, your turn to speak to this issue.
Yeah, that's the Ministry of State. I mean, we've been talking about it, but one more thing I want to add is the payment that was made to the over 700 persons that Ministry of State dismissed. If you look in the GSC or the report, they decided something they call the Decent Work Act. It tells you on when you should pay someone, not by your option. You can't jump on and say, okay, I will pay you half month. No. The Decent Work Act is a law that tells you if the person work up to the 15th of the month, they are entitled to the month's pay. What they did over there, that's another new one that I just wanted to add, is that they went ahead and paid the people half of the month when the people are entitled to the full month. So GSC said, no, if this is a wrong competition, please go back and compete what you should have done to pay the people the right money. Because in line with the law, you are violating their right. Now, the question is, when they were taking the money, the understanding is they took off the money for the entire time they're supposed to pay the people. Then all of these crooked criminal acts just split in it. Instead of you paying the people whole month, you say you're paying a half month because you're negotiating with them. Who gives you the authority to decide how much to pay people? And then, like you rightly say against Stanton, in addition to the money they brought, they said they couldn't verify that other people worked, about 76%. So since they couldn't verify that those people worked, they said they weren't paying them. Of course, they didn't pay them. Now, since you didn't pay the people, take the money back. But no, up to today, we're still trying to find that money. No money, they took the money. How will you do that? And then the worst one to it, maybe you have heard, and we need to re-emphasize, they took people off payroll because they said somebody did payroll padding. They added more people, supplementary payroll back. But then they went and posted on the 4 people. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is that they put ghost. So they posted on the 4 people, no record, no trace of employment, no nothing. When GSC saw 74 people taking pay, they requested for their documents, their employment letter, anything. No employment. So GSC said, okay, since they're new people, can we see them to verify them? GSC asked 1 time, no. 2 times, no. 10 times. Even before GSC placed their report outside, they sent a little letter. Say we need to verify these 74 people that are taking like $36,000, almost $600,000 up to this time. Ministry of State got 74 people. Okay, granted, maybe they were doing political hiring, that they just brought people without letter, without employment. Those things happen in government, fine. But where are the actual human beings now? The actual human beings, where are they? Are they spirit? So that's the whole issue. And that place is rotten.
Thank you very much. Sorry that Darius left. Let me bring you Gray. What's your take here? And we'll go around the table. Indeed, we have the document, the raw fact of those folks that were presented, their names, right? They pointed out on some of those documents. You have people from the president home, right? It's scary, folks. It's something to discuss and discuss seriously. Great, let's hear you. We'll bring in Darius. So as we welcome Representative Musa Bedete from CMC, Dr. Richardson, political leader, Representative Musa Bedete. Let me put them side by side. All right. Darius, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Darius,
so thank you. Yeah, so thank you, CEO, and let me welcome Representative Musa Bedete, the great chairman Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
But CEO, my attention is drawn to the CSA in all of this. You know, when they raised the issue about payroll paddling under the Ministry of State and they wanted to indict Senator Nathaniel McGay, the former Minister of State, it was not easy. LACC invited team for payroll paddling. Supplementary payroll was illegal, and then that case died. The reason it died is because that what came out today, and we are discussing. In the 2024 budget, under the Ministry of State, you have so many lines, operational expense and others compensation. You have over 600,000 on others compensation 2024, and you have another 600,000 to 700,000 on other compensation for 2025. But guess what? The GAC report is telling us that they hired 74 new persons on the supplementary payroll that cannot be identified. They are not just ghosts.
Let me hold you. What is other compensation? What's that? Can you hear me?
Other compensation is a budget line under.
But what fall under it? What fall under it? Or just other compensation? That's it.
Yeah, other compensation under the budget is used for supplementary payroll, consultants, other payments. It's just a figure allocated there to service any other payment. So they put that other compensation. It's under the House. It's under most institutions.
How many times is that in the budget? How many lines that say other compensation? 1, 2, 3?
No, it is one line. But then under Ministry of State, something interesting. You got other compensation, then you got operational expense, then you have intelligence, gathering, all of that. But let me stick to the issue of the other compensation supplementary payroll. Now, the 74 persons that were hired and that cannot be identified, they are being paid $36,000 every month, according to GAC audit. So when you multiply that times 16 months, you are talking about 500 and some thousand that have been paid for 74 persons, just 74 persons that cannot be identified, that the GAC did not see. They could be ghosts or they are ancestors. They know where to be found. But the deception here is the CSA. Those 74 persons were hired bypassing the CSA. And the CSA have been approving all of the supplementary payroll for which they rejected the supplementary payroll from the House of Representatives because they were targeting the leadership of the House Honor Fanati Kofa. But the CSA accepted 16 months ago to assign for approved payroll for 74 persons that does not exist. That is the deception of Josiah Joker. He has politicized the CSA to the extent that it is becoming embarrassing for the government now.
Wow. Honorable Gray, this is big. This is huge. And the government have not saying freaky key. That thing that what they used to say in Labron. I hope I'm not causing. Then am I causing? They say freaky key, right? The government have not said anything. Let me just be simple with that one before people give me bad look. But they have not said anything, Gray.
Look, stand down. We're heading our head. I've been looking for the ghosts and I found 2. On 62.
You are a ghost hunter now?
Hello, you get me?
Yeah, are you a ghost hunter?
Yeah, I'm a ghost
hunter.
Yeah. She said it better. Okay, I've identified 2 of them. When you go to 62 on the list, J.M. Grisby, aide to the minister. Aid to the minister takes $2,472 gross. Who the minister? Sylvester Grisby.
That's his nephew. That's Sylvester Grisby's nephew.
Yeah, his son. Because he brought him up.
Yeah, but that's his nephew. Yeah.
No, I just told you I identify one of the ghosts. I found another ghost at 69. And you'll be shocked. This is where nepotism comes in. Under the code of conduct.
Rana Bwaka, that president.
Wait, now you're saying here, I know you let to go to the top of Bwaka Bene. Now the daughter of Joseph Bwaka, Rana Bwaka. Executive 8, $2,460. You see, if they can find a ghost, better ask me. That's the maximum hypocrisy by the CSA. You go to the Capitol building, little boy like that, who say he will not recognize other person as president of the Republic of Liberia, but he work in the person government for some more. I don't blame that man. They're good on ability here tonight. I blame them. They're lawmakers. That you will say that one CSA under the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, the CSA does not exist. There must be a civil service commission. They don't exist. It has no authority by law. Only pass an executive order, that document that what they're operating on, by law under the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, the 1986 Constitution, there is no existence of anything called CSA. It's a bogus entity, a criminal entity that's stealing state resources and lying and running PR. Look at this. You go to Capitol Building, say they get supplementary payroll. But did you inform the people that Joseph Bwaka got supplementary payroll when you take all your children and put them on payroll? For 44 years working in government, here your children been working in government. They got no private sector experience. Nowhere besides working in government since they were born. That's what we have today. But you see on our ability the last time on my podcast, I tie you in snow. Not negatively. But you people have a responsibility. When people taking their children under the code of conduct, the ombudsman need to appear before you. Because they go around looking for cases on other people. The LSCC need to appear before you people, including the Ministry of Justice. That in-house trading, that corruption, what Joseph Bwaka biological daughter that can hang on him every day in the house taking picture on supplementary payroll. Sylvester Graceful's nephew. The one who left for him, they say in your household is a violation of the code of conduct of the Republic of Liberia. You are head of the rule of law lawmakers. Okay? That the kind of country you're talking about, you criticize other people, you can't do worse. Congo men say worse. Who the Congo people say worse. You can't do worse in our country, and then you want to forward.
So I didn't know that.
President Bwaka, President Bwaka children working in government. Even the children is not working in government.
Representative Gray, thank you very much.
I cannot get a job.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Gray, why should I say thank you 100 times? I mean, thank you.
Don't tell me thank you. The girl
we gotta move on. We gotta get our sister Glendy. Glendy, thank you. Come in, Glendy.
Yeah.
Well, I can't ask question now. Then come on, that can get away. What he said, Clinton, who he come for a long time. You'll be telling me that I see this story. All the energy that on my all the energy.
But Glendy, you gotta give us strength now. Let the lady speak, please.
All the energy. What he exerting here? When you were in the house, what he exerted? What he did? How you change it? How you change it? When you were in the house, what did you do? How did you change it? How did you correct the wrong?
Let the lady speak. Let the lady speak. Let the lady speak.
You're coming to make it seem like one government. We understand government is continuing. We understand. You are on a great. No, I'm going to my crew.
Go ahead, Glendy. Go ahead. Let Grace stop this.
Yes. He exerting all the energy here. He was in the house. What did he do? How did he change the system so that when the new government come, they will follow it? Was the system correct during his time? So that when they go, when there's continuity, when they come, they will fix it. Then when you told them, come on, there we be here for we you integrate that when the CDC see here, the CDC I see. Because people like Gray should not be the one that trying to speak out. He is the wrong messenger for this message. Let other people talk who've made a difference. Let other people talk who were in there and corrected the system. Not Gray. Anything Gray talk here, if you coming against UP, me and not for political parties that support individuals, he would be the wrong messenger to correct this government because he had an opportunity to make a difference and he did not make the difference. So Christmas Sunday, Crispy brother there, if the government came in and they met a system to follow, there was some, let Paul talk about it. Let Governor talk about it. Let the people who we know that have the integrity to speak about it, because we know they have not done it. Not Gray, who was in the house and did nothing about it. Not Gray. So I will not hear anything Gray. Anybody else want to, I will have an opinion to them, but Gray is the wrong messenger for this message. That's all I get to say.
Glendy, thank you, and we respect your position tonight. I think Gray, given the time, he would defend himself. But I want to bring you in, Paul Kennedy. Hold on 1 minute, Gray. Gray, just hold on 1 minute. Paul Kennedy, I think the conversation we have a problem, right? But I think Glendy coming from the place that Gray, you shouldn't talk, and Gray will address that himself. Let's get back to the issue, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. I think the issue of
Stanton, you want me to address it now?
Hell no, you gotta win. Hell no, you're not addressing that.
The issue of
I can provide free education.
No way, go ahead, Paul.
The issue of supplementary.
Are we coming to educate?
Why did that be so? But you guys not behaving right though. Paul is speaking. You gotta give him a chance. Let him speak. You guys have spoken.
What I did, no lawmaker that is supported did.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah.
So the issue of supplementary payroll is actually a viable issue in a country. At least 90% of the employment is provided by government. Of course, there will always be this time where people will be looking to see how they can make additional performances in government that need to be compensated. And I think Darius talked about it, consultancy. Government will always need consultants and contractors, because there are just some services that government as an institution will not be able to provide. And because those services are not structured, you can add it on a particular payment scheme to say, all right, next week we want to hire people to come do catering for, the presidential, activities. So that goes on other expense. So let me come back to the payroll paddling. As I said earlier, I think it was just a wrong propaganda that Unity Party ran with. And let me bring the issue back to the party, because whenever we talk, we have to link it to that extent. Because one thing we've heard them say, payroll paddling was bad, supplemental payroll was bad, everything else was bad. Now that they are there, I think they could actually correct the purpose and of why of the allegation that payroll paddling was bad, and correct it. But if we are hearing that they have some of the 4 names, and that's just the names we know about, Stanton, if you put 500 names on the payroll and you pay them at least $500 a month, that's $250,000 per pay period. and you just know of some of the 4. And you got about 30, 40 agencies of government in Liberia. Imagine if I'm the civil servant director and I want to make my hand wet, I could spread the payroll people name around. And if you are collecting $250,000 every month, you multiply that by 12, you're talking about over $2.5 million a year. That is money that is just coming to people's pocket that no one is going to be able to justify. While I agree that the supplementary payroll issue is a viable issue to sustain government functionality, I think it should be done rightly. I believe that there should be an audit to the payroll. And somebody talk about, I think Akara talk about the existence, the constitutional existence of civil servant agency. I too wonder, why do we need civil servant agencies when there is no merit-based employment, when there is no increment in salary as far as merit, when there is no payroll scale or pay grading scale in country that we are currently working on, when people are not elevated in position, why do you need a civil servant agency? They're not doing any employment appraisals. So let the organizations and the entities keep their own payroll. Because you establish this secondary or tertiary organization that is just taking money and putting money to places that is creating a lot of confusion for the real payroll and the actual payroll of the bureau entities. So I think there's a need for the legislature to call them to explain to them on what's going on. I think there's a
Thank
need
you
for
very
that.
much. So guys, who's in question is Minister Crowd, the Deputy Minister. We have a serious problem there. A lot of questions going around. The minister cannot explain holistically what it did with the money. Then the issue remains that somebody is stealing the money through the Minister of State. And now, who can you identify as the culprit here? These allegations have come to light through the GSC report. I'm going to go to Representative Musa Belete. We'll come to Councillor Gould later. And then we'll move to the MCC. Representative, you are now a sitting representative. Forget the chairman position, forget the political leader position. Let's talk about your current position in government. You are a representative now. Hearing all these reports, reading about them, what say you? Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, and good evening to everybody. First, let me say thank God that our president was safe. The plane landed safely. As a Liberian, we avert God, save us from calamity. I hope that, I think all indications are that the airport was not at fault, at least based on my information. It looked like the president was allowed to ride a faulty aircraft. Hopefully, we can investigate that and try to make sure that people don't take the life of the president. I remember Rwanda went to war the moment there was a plane crash. They just recovered 10 years ago. We have to be careful, because when these things happen, it is always attributed to people, and some people feel hard done by. It causes problem. It brings civil war, and really, I'm thankful to God that He landed safely, and you have to give him some credit. He was very calm, collected. I think that's a good quality in the midst of crisis. So, let me say that. But beyond that, if the country is going to get the president into the plane, people must stop cutting corners. The danger is there. Make sure you get the right aircraft. Make sure it's safe, and all those things. That I hope that we can investigate how the aircraft was, chartered, who was involved, whether our civil aviation people were consulted, whether our chief pilot of the Republic was consulted, just to make sure that we have the right thing. But so far, my information is that it had nothing to do with the airport. There was a failure of the landing gear that resulted into what happened. On the civil service, I have to, it's a half fact. Our country is just going in circle. I have to agree with Gandhi for all this. I mean, the argument that he did it, this did it, where does it take the country? Somebody got to do it differently. If Unity Party comes to power and all this noise about payroll paddling, almost close to someone being indicted, it is really, really sad. Really, really sad that the UP, almost identically does the same thing, even if it is 5 or 6 people. The idea was you saw something that was not right in your mind, and then you correct it. But to say, oh, because the other people did it, because that's what the others show, that what was done by the other government, now is being done by that. We got to be sorry for this country at some point in time and start this repetition. This person did it, so this person did it. So we are just, as a country, we're packed in this corner where we have to make two difficult choices, and we refusing to give ourselves an outlook where we can look outward and see whether we can have a little bit. But it's not fair to Liberia. And the civil service guy, I think that he's politicizing the place. He can do a lot of work without talking. The civil service, and I agree with Honorable Gray, that entity should not be in existence. I brought it up in the legislature. I will bring it up again. The Constitution is very clear. There are some entity that should operate as a commission. Election Commission, the Auditing Commission, the Civil Service Commission. And then the Governing Commission was added to that. But that is not in the Constitution. So, if you are a civil service director, that's a purely political job. To get on the radio, pointing politicians, putting payroll in your hand. If you're going to take a payroll in your hand and show the Liberian people and say, I got it here, then why are you not being transparent and just give it? And then of course, you politicize yourself. It would not allow you to do your work. If the legislature was doing so badly, now you have had almost 7 months. You should bring a report. Who told you that it is privacy for people that were being, according to you, triple pay? Who told you that it's privacy to expose those names? Unless you intend to do the same thing, you should be able to show to the Liberian people. So I can tell you, no matter how long it takes him, the Civil Service Agency director is politicizing an entity that should not be politicized. And it's very, very sad. Because at this point, what he's doing, nothing is going to be resolved. He's not showing us the progress that he has made. He's talking about legislature every day, but he has not told the Liberian people that since we got involved, here are the things that we have achieved. He has not shown us any improvement. The fact that there was 74 names from the executive branch, it means that he's not doing his job. Because if you are doing a job, supervising payroll, according to the way the system works, all the people who work for the government of Liberia, their pay got to be approved by CSA. Why is it that those things are happening? That means he's not doing a job. So I think that he's being very political, and the CSA does not need to be political, and he needs to stop that, or the president have to find somebody. The way he's looking, the way he's talking, I don't think that President Bouakai has the courage to remove him. I think that he lacks courage to do that, and he's going to harm the civil service system. He should be brought to order to say, focus on your job. Do your job. He's not doing a job. I don't see the progress that he's making, except the fact that every now and then he's going to go and have a press conference. So, on those two issues, those are my honest opinion. The other issues we are discussing regarding LACC corruption, it looks to me like the same old story. It's just going around and round and round and round. And at some point in time, we have to reach a point where we say, we got to stop here.
Thank you very much. Councillor, you spoke? Councillor Gu? You're muted, sir.
I haven't spoken. Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So fellow panelists, I don't know whether we expected anything different from what we are experiencing now. And the reason why I say so is that has there been any new employment opportunities created in the country? Has there been any company that have come in to create a job opportunity for people, maybe 10, 15,000? If you have that, then you can say that when they remove 700 or whatever number of persons from MCC, when they remove 300 from EPS, when they remove 500 from Ministry of State, they will not replace them with supporters of the party, because those supporters will be absorbed in other employment areas, other companies. So the same little envelope, the same cake that the past government was sharing with its partisans, there's the same cake that is available, the same size that is available. So obviously, when you take out the past government people who are eating from that cake, you will have to replace them with the present government supporters. So the same thing. I'm hearing feedback. So the same thing will occur. That's why you see we're experiencing what we're experiencing, because there's nowhere else that you're talking about 800 plus thousand persons that voted for the Unity Party government. Civil service is the single largest employer in the country. I think the employment now should be around 70,000. You take out 70,000 for 800,000 persons that voted. Share maybe small in the private sector. You still have several thousand persons hanging around with our job. Where do you think they will place them when there are no companies? So obviously they will have to move people and replace them with people. That is the situation we have. So all I can say is that we need to push the government, and we all need to try and find a way to see how best, if we have contact OSA, if we're able to open employment opportunities, we have to do it. But until that happens, and Stanton and all of my colleagues here, you will have the same problem, the same recycle problem. If CDC comes back to power today, the people who knew the party employed, they will remove them from there and bring CDC back. If they don't create companies, if they don't open companies, they don't and bring in concession, there will be nowhere to absorb those people. That's the problem we are facing now. What can we do? A good Berete is here. He's a lawmaker. He's he's an employer as well. What can he do in the legislature? What can they do to expand the job market? Because it is tight. It's only government, and that is the reason why we are facing what we are facing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will not get to the LCC issue about Bishop Reeves and the blessing.
But Senator, 1 second, let me chime in.
No, but you will speak. I'll come to you, Governor. I'm just saying I will not get to the Liberal Council of Churches issue today. I will invite some of the members to join us tomorrow in studio, that we can discuss it. We discuss the Minister of State. Our last conversation tonight will be the Monrovia City Corporation, MCC. It's very important. A lot of money going in that hole, and the new information on massive corruption. We have to discuss it. I'm going to close up on this one, and we'll go to MCC, please. Governor, please close up. We'll go.
Look. I mean,
I'll go rest.
You spoke already. You can speak again. Let everybody speak.
The accusations.
No, but you spoke already. That gives those that have not spoken the chance to speak, sir.
You know, it's the game theory here.
Governor, please proceed.
Akaras will have 30 seconds to respond. Look. UP is just UP, and I don't know who started with. I think Councilor Gu started with. I don't know if we expected anything different. Look, good luck to the people who expected anything. I didn't expect anything different. I think this was a group of people who had only one objective, and it was to come to power. It was to get their shares of the spoils and run the country doing that. So nothing. Every single thing that this government campaigned against, they said they were going to change everything. They've not only redone it, they've done it even worse. They went to the Ministry of State, they ran after supplemental payroll, they ran 700 people out of that place, make them jobless, and now we have an issue of supplemental payroll. Like help me make that make sense. If you say this was bad, you came in, I mean, 700 people, that place was chaos and everybody was crying, and this government came. And this is what they did. They decided to fire people and now hire. It was only a plot to hire the hardcore Unity Party people. It was not about putting into place any kind of system. And Glennie, when you talk about cowards and the system, look, the system may not have been in place, but that's the responsibility of a sitting government. Just because
he missed you. He missed you. He missed you.
I missed you, Glennie. So the thing is, if there was no system in place, if there was a bad system in place, the government has a responsibility to correct it. The government cannot condemn the system, then come, pretend that it's correcting the system, then on cover, try to implement the same system. That's the problem we are facing now. Is all in broad daylight. Look, I don't expect anything. I don't think this president, whether his plane is going on the wrong way to cross land, or his ministry is doing payroll pattern, whether I don't think he's going to do anything. This president he's just going with the flow, and that's how it's going to be for whatever. I don't expect anything to happen. I don't think anybody in the Ministry of State will be reprimanded. I don't think there will be any kind of investigation. This is.
Let me say this to you, though. Thank you for saying this. You see, when it happened under the CDC government, a new government came into power, right? And guess what happened? They sent folks to LCC, and investigation will open. Nothing may happen today, but if we should have a new government tomorrow, then investigation will be open into this situation. And I believe Madam Crowd will be brought in on those connected with that payroll paddling. So, but that's a huge amount of money when we say we're here to rescue, and we are rescuing ghosts. And our brother Darius said, our ancestors, our great grandparents, we are rescuing them. This is a problem for our country. It's not a joke. It's nothing of a laughing matter. This is just strictly corruption. They cannot get a straight document to tell us this is where the money went. But Darius pointed out a very unique something, and I don't know whether Musa representability spoke to this. Yes, the issue. They fought the House of Representatives, but they were doing the same thing off the back. The House of Representatives say you can't do this with post up to all your Minister of Finance transaction. But guess what happened? Under the same umbrella, they were operating with the executive mansion under the same supplementary structure. So we have a problem. We do have a problem. We came to fix problem, but we are the problem now. Can any of you piss up that saying they are not the problem? I mean, your work you do, Musa is a lawmaker. It should speak for him. Musa shouldn't take his office staff to question him, say, but how are we working today, Chief? No. When Musa stepped up in his district, the people say, oh yes, Representative, thank you. The children are learning well. Thank you. The generator have come and we get electricity. Thank you. Our children having an after-school program that where they eating, recess, and they're having study class. Thank you. Our roads are better. Thank you. Our market area better. Thank you. We are seeing electricity in the district. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you for your hard work. We got water system in our district. Thank you. But Musa cannot come up and say, yeah, I'm doing well in the village. and the people there, they are crying, the children sitting in the dust, no teacher in the class. Then Musa wants us to believe that he's the exceptional representative. You know me, I will rebuke him. And this is the problem with the government. They want us to say thank you. They want us to praise them, but the government is in total mess.
Stand up, can I ask you?
Their own way. They go ahead and say, but then let's praise ourselves. They all have turned to become a praise singer because nobody can praise them. They have given the $10 over, the $5 over for people to celebrate them on Facebook. They're running out of cash, so they say we'll praise ourselves. But the real Liberians know that they are suffering. Chairman talk, and we'll bring in Benedict.
You know,
we'll bring in Honorable Gray after the chairman. Chairman, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to ask you a question. When are you going to apologize to Liberian people for bringing this government onto the Liberian people? You have my man, I can tell you something, as always. There are people who like you, there are people who don't like you. But as close as this election was, the men who kept the balance in the United Party favor are you. You stand on, you are looking as though you wear that brown and white striped t-shirt. There has to be a point in time where you must muster the courage and tell Liberian people to forgive you. When are you going to do that?
Thank you very much, Representative Benedict. Gray, you want to say something? I want to answer, but Gray is putting his hand up. Let us know what Gray wants to say.
I want to say something. Actually, I was from the Livingston and I got it.
Yeah, but can I address Chairman Benedict?
Yeah, I wanted to say this to Chairman Benedict. You see, Chairman Benedict, apology is a choice. For me, I know what they call democratic citizens. You can support an administration. If the administration doesn't perform to your expectation, you can disagree with that administration and chart a new course of action.
Well, you just took away for me to answer. You want to answer for me now? The man asked me a question. Give me the chance, let me answer, and you can talk.
But Honorable Gray, that's not my question, because I already know you're checking a new course.
Okay,
I already know you're checking a new course.
Let me close there and leave. Stand on, you see, every time we choose to wear our cap Bible, then it becomes problematic. And that's where I wanted to close on. Look, we're not discussing CDC yet. We're not discussing ACARA. You want to discuss ACARAs? I mean, I'm not beating my chest. But we had 2,000 people who were now on government payroll from the Unity Party, health workers, teachers, almost 5,000. We placed them on payroll. They were supplementary workers. Some of them were contractors. You met about 7,000 you told job for them, including other people. I was chairman on the executive. I thought it was important.
Yeah, you want to blow your own home, man. Let's move ahead, man. Have a good night. If you got to go, have a good night, though. Great, don't blow your own home, yeah, man.
Okay, answer the question. Why you brought it
Yeah, but the man asked me a question, you circling around, and we're putting 2,000 people on, right?
I don't want to wait for the question. Why you brought it upon us?
And that's what I'm saying. Let me answer, but are you circling around now? Honorable Musa Hassan Benedict.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Musa Hassan Benedict. Let me speak to this, because we already got to talk about MCC.
Yes.
I owe no apologies to anyone. Yes, the issue,
even the people you brought.
Let me answer freely, Musa. I beg you. And I know
to the old lady in the village.
So Musa, give me the chance. Give me the chance. Let me answer, my brother.
Okay, I'll give you a chance.
You say election, you can take your side. You will always take that camel to the water, but you will not force it to drain. Musa, people voted for President Bouaka because of the integrity he presented. People voted for this time around. People are voting for the very first time. It was historical in Liberia. We had a choice. President Bouaka was never ever the president, but he was a vice president under the command of Madame Salif. We had a choice to make. A president that failed the Liberian people for 6 years and went on joyride, we can explain that story over and over, brought in finance minister that all he does was, and I want to play this because you asked a brilliant question. The finance minister, my friend, all he does was just say words that have
The economic challenges we face today will be behind us very soon. We will change the foundation of our economy.
Listen to that kind of finance minister. It will be behind us very soon. There will be left for that. I'm giving you reason now. Don't shake. Calm down. You asked me a question. You made a mistake. But wait now. You asked me a question. You made a mistake to ask me a question. The Liberian people, I think it was a mistake on your part. The Liberian people believe every word we told them because it was the time for transition in our country. They saw through President George Manawia. They knew that he was messing up. We had a man that never ever led the country as president, and that man was Joseph Yema Boakai. We saw him to the Liberian people on integrity. We saw him to the Liberian people on experience. We saw him to the Liberian people as a deacon, a father, and a leader. If today President Boakai have a 360 turn, we all the Liberian people no apologies. We all will muster the courage and come back to the Liberian people and tell them there is still hope for them all, and they will listen. So when we see a mistake, when we see corruption, we back. When we see rampant disregard to the rule of law, we champion your cause, Musability. When they were removing Fonati Kofa, I stood on the station and said, no, I stood with you. And you know what? They listened. They had an election. You ran. You didn't win. Richard Kun won. That's who I am. I'm on the side of the Liberian people. And that's why every evening they follow us on the show. Because you know what? The truth fall to the ground, my friend, will rise again. And the Liberian people begin to understand that we are not gods. We are not angels. We are men that try our best to be perfect. Though in an imperfect body, all we will do, try our most, the hardest, in all of our weak ways, to be perfect and tell the Liberian people the truth. I'm not perfect. You know my story. But every day, Chairmanability, I pray that the government will perform that which they were called to do. So when we see corruption, like we're about to discuss MCC, guess what happened? We're back and we remind President Boakai, MCSS, they grabbed the woman from her office yesterday, LDCC. Guess what happened? The president have not suspended them. Though the board recommended, the president have not taken an action. LTA, Abdullah Kamara, I can say to you, there will be a decision. He is going to court. He is going to court. LDCC is taking him to court for corruption. The president still have him there. Look at the executive mansion. It's a disappointing, it is. But we must continue to speak the truth. We'll not be like the others that say all is well when all is not well. We will not ever be like the others.
Do you regret anything?
Do I regret anything?
Yes.
I regret the fact that I'm still here. I regret one thing I will forever regret. Our country for 170 some years, they still where the country is today. That's what I regret. And that's not only on Joseph Yema Boakai, that is on you as a representative.
Do you feel let down by your government?
So you here to interview me now? We're gonna go. No. You want to interview me? You know what? I like your question. You know, I try to talk, but somebody just in the chat message and said, don't fall for Busa trap. So I like your question. I do. But the Liberian people will understand. We are where we are today, and we champion a new course, and we champion a new path, and the Liberian people will see. The people are learning. The people are, the minds are opening. Musa, Zoko's on the street, and I wish you well. I heard that if it is true, you can clear us. I don't mean to bring this. Look at what you're going through your family with your son. Look what you're going through. Where is the government position on Zogos? Government, including the House of Representatives, the Senate, the executive branch, everybody. It was the number one on the president list. Now you know what? It is number 99 on his list. It had left from number 1. It have gone to number 99. The Zogos have increased in the country. That's a disappointment. Musa, you know me. You myself swear every day, but I still come back to speak truth to power. I beg for us to move on and talk about the MCC. Musa, what will you guys do? They are paying double, payroll double, Musa. And then we're bringing Asido. We'll continue with the story tomorrow, but the MCC is a problem. The mayor is in serious trouble. I can announce to you, he has received a letter to go for investigation. Mayor John, this mayor, he received a letter to go for investigation. And guess what happened? When he received the letter, it's so disappointing, to tell you the truth. It's just all over the place. There is no hair, no tay. It's bad for John Siafa. He have authorized people to take double pay. Isaac, you're running with this story. I will bring you before. I will keep the representative for last. Let me bring you on why I keep his picture on Isaac. What is happening at MCC? We've been sharing information here and there. It's bad, it's worse, and it's getting ugly. Talk to me, Minister Doe.
Plenty things happening at MCC. If you can just mute quick. MCC is one of the most rotten apple right now in Liberia. Let me give you a little breakdown in 1 minute of the bad things that are happening to MCC. You rightly said number 1, Stanton. People are asked to take pay 2 times because somebody want you, okay, take 2 pay, you will take one and give the other one. So people now taking pay 2 times. But what they've decided is to use a secret card, the computer, so they will put all the crime on your head, because instead of us going down, you will go down. And the only deal is the reason why you will take 2 pay, you get 1, you bring 1 back. Rotten MCC. The second thing, the mayor himself has put himself in the shoe of a procurement officer. The mayor came and brought plenty of receipt, send it to the procurement department and say, I want refund. You see all the thing in the procurement thing, I bought it. Procurement people responded to him and said, but you are not a procurement officer. How did you buy things and you want us to do it? No, that's not the way procurement works. If you want to procure things, you send a request, we get performers, we do this, we do that, and then we go and do the purchase. But how come you telling us you buy it, you just want receipt? No, that's not how it will work. It has been a bloody fight about that. You don't want to hear this other one. When the government came to power, like 5 months after that, MCC received the highest funding that government ever gave MCC, $700,000. It was for 2 reasons. What are the reasons? Number 1, 300,000 was going towards a project they call CLUS, CLUS. That project is primarily sponsored by World Bank. But government's supposed to put some money, World Bank put some money. And representability, you know. There is an entity at Ministry of Finance called the PFMU. That entity is the entity that manages all government projects that are being funded by other partners. So it means whenever you get money, that money should go in that entity's account, the Project Financial Management Unit. When Siafa receives the 700,000, he's supposed to actually take 300,000 into the entity's account because they are managing project money. No. He asked the people to put it in an operational account. That money is supposed to go for project salaries and other things for the project. What he used the money for today, nobody knows. And there is another 400,000. That 400,000 is supposed to go for clean cities. It's supposed to be divided to West Point, Nuku Town, so that the people use it to clean Monrovia. You know what he did with the money? That was the money he used to celebrate Monrovia Day. Think about it. The city is filthy dirty. The money intended to clean the city, you put it in the hands of Mandela Coupon to celebrate Monrovia Day. A lot of questions. What is going on at MCC? You took 400,000 of money that should have gone towards cleaning the city to celebrate Monrovia Day. 700,000 in total went. Stanton, 700,000. It is even one of the reasons why the mayor is being invited by IA or the FIA. Monrovia City is rotten. So bad.
So let's set something straight. We received information, representability, that the mayor now received his letter of invite by FIA. They're going through serious investigation. Not only the mayor, other folks, they have invited them on this allegation. The letter was submitted to the MCC, to the mayor, and for payroll paddling. There is double payroll system. The government of Liberia payroll system is in question. The e-platform, you guys know about the e-platform, maybe you do, representability is in question. The manipulation and massive corruption from those systems. The MCC internal payroll, when they're making certain payment, they skip the auditor, the internal auditor. Okay, got no clue, but the mayor approved it. The controller reduction payroll. So that 4 different systems they are running at MCC, right? 4 different systems. One is the government of Liberia payroll system. Though these are all illegal, something that was invented now by this mayor. The e-platform payroll, the MCC internal payroll system, and the controller reduction system. Well, of course, you're going to get Gamma Clinton on all, and that's a problem. All right. The payroll should be approved by the internal auditor. The whole system, before the bank can carry out disbursement. He should see them. But honor the mayor, no. That's a different scam. That's a different scam. As we're speaking to you, something strange happened today from our sources. The document, the entire document of payroll, guess what happened? Somebody said they left it in the car and they destroyed it. The entire document. This is a cartel operation, though. They left it in the car. You know, Representative will come on the show. This is not a laughing matter. They backdated the suspension letter for the controller. He said, I will suspend you, but I will backdate it because I don't want people to know that you've been here with me. And they left the document. I'm saying this on the record. The book that had all the payment record, Musa, they left it in the car and somebody destroyed it. They took it from the office. They left it in the car. Our country, people think this is a joke. We say it all the time. Our country have reached to a place that I don't know if we're coming back anytime soon.
So
go ahead, talk to us, Darius.
Yeah, so CEO, I'm here thinking that when day breaks tomorrow, which institution will be talking about corruption again? Because across the 103 spending entities, corruption is everywhere, alarmingly. MCC is tonight. Tomorrow morning, I bet you'll be receiving information again, documents about corruption in another institution. This rescue government, from all indication, did not come to rescue the ordinary Liberian people. They have come to enrich themselves, to loot the state cover. Just think about it. Most of the propagandists, people who preach the Unity Party to power today, most of them have left the party. They are disappointed. The promises that were made to them to fight corruption. Now, just look at Center report about corruption on this government. It's damaging. Now we're talking about the MCC. What do you expect? The first place that Josiah Joker, CSA director, targeted and tried to clean up was the MCC. Several people believed to be citizens, you can remember, were dismissed from the MCC. And they even said there were ghost names at the MCC. Today, the CSA have shot itself in the leg. 4 different payrolls, triple, quadruple, double dipping, taking place right under the watch of a boastful CSA boss who only targets his opponents, people who believe to be citizen or opposition. These are the people he go after and pretending that the CSA is working. You took 5,500 Liberians from on the payroll. You said the wage bill have dropped. You have saved the country 28 point some more million. Today we can see that money. At the House of Representatives, you say you saved 1.5 million from supplementary payroll when the House budget was just 800,000 for other compensation. You went now and allow all of these bookers payroll, the double dipping payroll to flow in the executive in Osaka, MCC, Ministry of State. Why the CSA board did not save the 74 person that was being paid 36,000 Monday, that is amounting to 500 and some more thousand over the period of 16 months? Why the CSA board did not save 500,000 on the Ministry of State that has been used to pay 74 persons that were hired that do not exist? That is the hypocrisy and the deception. And so in all of the payroll corruption we are discussing, the CSA is a shareholder into it. Josiah Joker is a shareholder across all of the payroll corruption that we are raising red flag of. He gets his share from it, and that's the order of the day. Nothing will come out of the MCC investigation. Trust me. Once FIA is inviting, LACC will be there. It will just die. Nothing will come out of it. The only case you'll be hearing stay Samuel Twe, Gracia Ra. Samuel Twe, Gracia Ra. That's the only case you'll be hearing. Thank you, CEO.
Yeah, CEO. We have other.
Can you here, please?
Yes. Before I leave, I just have to say, I don't even know what is strange. I see that you are kind of, outraged by what is happening to the city of Monrovia. But the question now is, where is it not happening? We shouldn't be asking where else is happening. I think we should be looking for entities that are clean of these things and awarding them. Maybe Spoon can do that. Check the entities that are not involved in anything. If you find them, and then give them a award, like everybody. The thing is everywhere. The will is not there. The LACC, by the end of this administration, will be turned into a toothless bulldog, and it will be just turned into an instrument to hunt, political opponents. A lot of corruption cases all around. It's everywhere. I mean, people should be held accountable for what happened in the mansion. Nothing will happen to it. It's not even going to be discussed. The possibility of everything the GAC has done there, the GAC should have reported it to the House of Representatives. I don't know if they have, because that's the procedure. The GAC reports to the legislature. So they should have reported to the House of Representatives, and then the House of Representatives to the Public Account Committee will review it and make recommendation to plenary. That's not going to happen. So the will to change Liberia, I have to say, we appear on paper to be a government of 3 branches, but the reality is that it's a 1-branch government. Whether we like it, whether we want to accept it, that is the fact. It's a 1-branch government. What the president wants is what he gets, and we're just on paper to say lawmakers or the Supreme Court. Supreme Court makes decision, the government decide to blatantly disregard it and misinterpret it. Nothing comes out of it. Supreme Court decide, even though the decision was made since December 6th, we go for clarification, they take that clarification, say they want re-argument. I mean, abusing the law and all those things, it's not going to stop. We're just going to prepare ourselves now for 2029 and hope that, something different will be brought onto our country, and hopefully, we can change the country. But from what I see, we're just in this vicious circle. CDC accusing the government accusing the CDC, almost like twin brothers. Everything just happening yesterday, today.
Twin brothers.
The similarity is too much.
They're like Esau and Jacob.
Yeah, so I honestly don't see any change coming. I mean, look at what they were just going to do to our country. They went and cut corners and chatter or plane that they did not check. Look at what almost happened to us. Do you know what it means? There will be false allegations flying all around here. It will be told that, in fact, people are already saying it's wrong. All kind of things that people say.
Yeah, but Chairman, Representative, that's what happens when you do stuff in secret. When you get a secret girlfriend, right? And you've been hiding it, but they get pregnant now, and the baby for you, the baby resemble your baby lawyer, you can't hide it no more. You don't even need DNA test. That's what happened. They're hiding stuff so much, Chairman. They're hiding it.
But
they say that secrecy. They take the country money, right? They play one-way trip will be $8,000, $20,000. They will lie and say it's $60,000 just to go to Nigeria, right? And come back another $60,000. They would tell the government that it's $120,000, but guess what happened? The total amount is under $35,000. They would say it's under $120,000. They would steal that money, and who knows what?
This is the problem. This is the problem.
So they hide all these things, and now God move from behind and the plane tire burst. And God said, "I'm warning you. Do the Liberian people job."
Chief, the Liberian people need to look at the third option. We cannot just take our future and be dangling it up and down, left and right. The similarity in governance for the last 20 years is striking. There's nothing wrong with the governors, nothing wrong with the leaders now. Everything is wrong with us. If you want a good legislature, choose good people. There were a lot of good people that were running for representative. If you want a good legislature, choose good senator. But you can't come here and choose the people that you want to do. And
I believe, and on that point, you sound like my brother Paul Kennedy. I believe the Liberian people choose good senator, but good senator turn into bad senators. they choose good representative, but good representative turn into bad representative. We shouldn't
I
blame the
don't
people.
agree with that. You know,
I disagree with that. I
Well,
tell
no,
you, you
they
cannot be
never
a
check
good
the people record.
I mean, you're not sounding right, Paul. You gotta face your
You check the
microphone.
people record. You check the community record of the person. You check whether or not the person has done this to the public. Stand up. There are a lot of things you can do. But you cannot just. I'm sorry, but it has to change. You know? I'm sorry. But it's your government.
I got no problem. Governor, let's hear you. We gotta close this show.
Well, I mean, I think everybody have said everything. I mean, there's nothing new. It's the same old thing. Since this government took over, I mean, nothing exciting. And I agree with honorability. And I think what the attention needs to be on now is who's doing better. You know, because every day is who's not doing better. Like you can't. You look for news. We really want to come here and say something good about the government, but just every day is MCC, and then it's the airport, and then is these people and that other ministry and that other agency is just continuing. The sad part is nothing happens. No one takes any action. It's just going to be another story with Ministry of State. We'll talk about it 2 days, and then we'll move on to MCC, and then we'll talk about MCC. You know, I think at this point we're just
I agree with you because the president said he's tired suspending people now, he's tired firing. So everybody must stay off.
I think what we need to do, anybody who wants to see something changing life, but we just have to focus on 2029, start building the alliance that we need to build. Because I don't think if you're expecting that anything is going to change, it's not. It's not. This president does the same. Like he's going to change anything.
But Chairman, Representative Chairman, political leader CMC. Your political leader now, are you going in collaboration with CDC? Will you be in collaboration? Are you talking to them to join you, or you join them? Are you talking to ANC? Are you talking to ALP? Because we are seeing you hanging around McGill too much this time around. And I think McGill bring value to CMC, and you bring value to McGill. What's the secret conversation you guys having? You and McGill.
The CMT is born out of frustration with the current political dispensation. So it cannot be seeking alliances with it. I'm sorry. We are on our own path. You know, we're determined to be on that path. We're determined to ensure that there is a new Liberia. Look, I am very sorry. And, you know, I'm sure in the future we'll discuss, you know, because we're all in a opposition. And that time will come. And, you know, it's not good to rush them now, you know. But the CMC, we were born out of frustration with the status quo. We are not seeking alliances with any party in Liberia. We're seeking alliances with the Liberian people and asking them to look on the third lane. You spent 20 years on 2 lanes.
But my question, why couldn't you continue with Mr. Cummings?
No, but me and Mr. Cummings, we don't have any problem. Just that we're not in the same party. Remember, I was in Liberty Party. And then we had an alliance. And when the alliance ended, that separated Liberty Party from ANC. And then when I resigned from the Liberty Party, and then, you know, besides the personal relationship, which is excellent, you know, I definitely don't have any issue with Mr. Cummings. But like I said, you know, we are charting a new course. This party was not born to raise alarm and then join other parties.
Well, what happened to your China Union Contra All Tank farm, that story that we read? Have the government taken it away from you now?
Yes, they have taken it away from me. It's okay, you know. I born the business. The business I created. The business did not create me. The government has made a decision that because of my political stance, they will tell China Union to discontinue the contract with me. The documents are there. I'm sure you have seen it. It is very clear. All the excuses. But when I entered this race, when I entered this reign, I knew it was costly, but I was prepared for it. So I'd rather keep my reputation, my principle, than for United Party to call me, and told me that we are taking this thing from you because of your political stand. If you want it, you got to kill. Are you kidding me?
Who called you?
What is my purpose?
Who called you?
The time will come. I will tell them.
But you say Unity. You say Unity Party called you.
The president of Liberia instructed the Minister of Justice to take it from me.
Wow. President Bouaka instructed Minister of Justice.
I'm the one who's saying it. Yes.
Wow.
But it's okay. He is the president of Liberia. It is his right.
Who owns the farm? Isn't it China Union?
So
why
it's
would
a
President
concession.
Bouaka? Yeah, but why would President Bouaka say take it from Musa instead of saying China Union discontinue your contract with Musa?
The president said it to several people that went to visit him that he was going to take the China Union from me. And when I reached out to government officials when they were making the overtures, all of them told me that it is beyond us. You know, the mansion is taking the decision. We cannot do anything. But Stanton, you see me, I'm not crying because I want to let these people know I'm not like them. They're the one who don't know how to live life when they are not in government and they can be all here begging other people for money. But I'm not like that. I'm a bootstrapper. I believe in my work. I believe in myself, and I will survive. But I will not trade my principle just because. You know, listen to this. When Joseph Bouaka and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf decided to run, Judy Bryant could have said to them that since I don't support you, I will make sure you don't succeed. He didn't do that. When Joseph Bouaka decided to run for president, Joe Weah could have suppressed all the people that were running around here going to give him money. He would not have been here. If we are going to make our country to say that those with different opinion will not have the chance to live in our country, is that a country we want? That is the country that we must change. The government of Liberia, at the highest level, made a decision that Musa Belete is the one who is empowering the stance that Kofa is taking and the rule of law caucus, and therefore we must break him in order to break the rule of law caucus. It was determined, but it is okay. I am here, and I'm still standing on the ground that I've always stood on. I don't care for what they do. They can do it. They have done it. I've agreed to evacuate China Union as my fuel is finishing. I'm done with it. I want to thank President Bouaka. This facility was given to me by the by China Union under United Party government. And 9 years ago, I spent almost $11 million to modernize that place. As a Liberian, to see him muzzle me out of that place.
So who are they giving it to now? Who gonna take it? Who are they giving it to?
I never care. I don't know. But you've seen the government position stand on. The government told China Union, I don't know who they're gonna, but they told China Union to take it from me. They told China Union, NPO wrote me that they have instruction from Ministry of Justice to take it from me. LPRC wrote me to say I cannot use it again because the government has instructed to use it. China Union wrote me to say the government say we should take it from you and give it to them. Stanton, that's what happened. But that is okay.
So when China Union use it, are they importing?
I don't know. I really don't care. You know, at this point in time, all I know, I have moved on. I went to my other terminal that I built myself. Nobody can move me from there. So I will continue to work there. But 103 Liberians will be out of job at the end of this month because of
the China union.
Yes, I cannot keep them. I have to let them go.
Paul Kennedy, this is huge.
It is huge, Stanton, and honorability. Looking at the political landscape in Liberia, which you are very familiar with, and you play your politics very well, could you be advising any other business person to mix politics with business in Liberia based on what you've experienced?
It's a good question, but it is a satanic question. I as a businessman, the hard fact is, I sit down in my office every day, Paul, and dull politicians, corrupt politicians make bad decisions, and I have to bear the consequences. And I made a choice that I will not do that. And I moved to be in government. It's not about being government. I want to let you know. It is about being on the side of the truth or against the truth.
Right.
That's all. It's not about being government. I was running campaign to be representative. Nobody harmed me. CDC didn't take it from now. Now in CDC. Okay? I was running campaign to be representative. Nobody took it. When I became representative, nobody took it from me. When I started taking my position, that's when they started threatening me. But what can I do? I have legal reason to fight. But this time, like I told people, I chose my battle. On this line, I will not fight. The government, I decided to take it, they will take it.
Let me just close on this point, honorability. And you are right that many things will not be accomplished in Liberia without the political will, because Liberia is structured such that everything has been tied around politics. So, if you sit in the private sector is not open right now. Most employment are done by government. And it is good that some of you who have the influence in the legislature are beginning to think and look in that direction. Are you going to work with your colleagues to see that you expand and open the private sector so that this reliance and dependence on government really is somehow, I don't want to say alleviated, it's somehow reduced?
I'm doing my best, Paul. I'm doing my best. The tyranny of the majority is a reality today. But I'm doing my best. As you can see, when I entered the house, I put for a bill to ensure that everything that the government of Liberia does in terms of business should be with Liberians. Even if the material is not from Liberia, at least Liberians should have a percentage. It didn't go anywhere. I've done everything, but I'll continue to push it. I'll continue to push the line. I'll continue to stand the ground. And I will hope that we'll keep it this way, highlight the plight of the Liberian people, and then go to election in 2029 and ask the Liberian people to think outside the box. You got to think outside the box. We cannot allow our faith to be surrendered in this manner and say, oh, we are left with only two choices. No, we are not left with two choices. We have many choices. They're good people. There are over 3,000 people. More than 3,000 people registered to vote. Most of them were good people. The Liberian people, they don't want to choose people that they know will make the right decision. They choose people that come and dangle money to them. This is some of them. It's not even about money. They just look up people like that. The dancing, I would say. Then they say, oh, they got the BB party. You don't want to in the big party. Whoa, take one, take all. Here we are. We are in a situation. For me, I will fight. I will insist on the change. There's no party in Liberia that I believe in. My party has no intention of joining any one of them. I want to make sure that we hammer the notion that Liberia, there can be a telling, and we'll fight for this. You see what is happening now? You see how confused our country is getting. I mean, look at people trying to whip up religious sentiment in a fragile country like this.
Let me hold you there.
All of these things.
Let me hold you there and bring Isaac though, because it's 15. That would be 12:15. Isaac, say your shout out, my brother.
Yeah, thank you. So today, let's say tomorrow, but today at his place is the birthday of my brother, my big brother, Chekoti Do, who is in Belgium, and I wanted to take this time to wish him all of the best. A guy who is older than me, know that awkwardness makes someone all like this. But
I swear, my man. Look at you and look at the man.
I'm like 3 people down from him. We got 2 other persons before me. But then the other thing about it, he always wants to look like me. Instead of me looking like him, he always wants to look like me. So when you see right now, he got no beard. But if Standard were to put his other pictures up, he got bearded because he started using chemical because I got my own beard. Yeah. You understand? So the man, instead of him being him, yeah, he wants to always look like me. And let me tell you a quick story. One time he went to his friends, he bought them whatever they were drinking just to, bribe them. He went to ask them, my picking myself who fan. They put oh, you're picking fan by you remember of there. He said they won't pay it number. Why? I don't know. But happy birthday to you, Tekoti. All of the best, and I hope you grow in strength, in wealth, good health, and always good to have you around, big dog.
Happy birthday, Dakoti. You definitely look better than Azedo. I can put my neck on. I can put money. I can put money on that. The man older than you, over 3 birthday, he look better than you. What kind of man is this?
You see,
It is.
You will not be friend.
I mean, it is what it is. I also want to say happy birthday to your brother, Degonti. Everything get time. We wish you well. Honorable Greg, Honorable Ability, I want to say thank you for coming. I hope we can have you on one-on-one, man. I really want Labyrinth to listen to you as to why the government, as to why the government taking away your tank farm. This is very, very, very. The government is taking it away from a Liberian. Can you imagine, Governor Clinton?
Now, the 113 job lost on the
180 people go. Will you consider? I mean, moving them to other places?
No. I don't.
He's operating in the budget. I mean, if he can't get the revenue, how can he give people the payroll?
Every late profit I make, I carry to that district. That what they are seeing. They don't want me to prosper there. In my district, I'm doing my best. I'm taking care of my people. I'm doing my work. It's not easy. We're doing reconciliation. We're doing development. You don't want to see me in the butt. There's a vision that say I'll survive. I'll be fine. The party cannot break me, and they will not break me. The business was created by me. Okay? The business did not create me. So I'll be okay.
Thank you, honorable man. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Clinton, you got anything to say? You quiet in the back, Clinton? Are you still with us? Thank you. Clinton, can you hear us? You're muted.
Yeah. Look, Stanton, it was a very, very, very good show tonight. As always, I look for. Hopefully, I'm on tomorrow. But look, this is what this government has been from time since its inception. It's done nothing more than do worse than what they said the CDC has done. I mean, every time we come here, it's one thing after another. So again, like I said, we have to start to think about what we want Liberia to be going forward in 2029. I think the campaign to remove this government has to begin now, because obviously nothing is happening. Nothing will happen. This president has proven that he's not willing to make any of the meaningful impact for which the Liberian people elected him. So I think this is the next thing that we should be focused on. Tomorrow we'll talk about more of the ills in the government, and the next day and the next day, and that's how it is. Well, I look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, my friend. It's always good having you, folks. Don't forget, I sent 2 individuals to you. They've been calling me for legal, direction. I beg you, it will be important. Probably they are watching, says the Lord. They want you to help them legally and advise them. Hope you will send your flyer that we can pin your flyer when we're speaking. Whenever you appear, that folks can reach out to you.
Yeah, I always done that. I've just been very, very busy, but I definitely will.
Yeah, please reach out to them. Those are Liberians and they want to discuss immigration issue. Thank you very much, Governor Clinton. It's always good to see you. My brother Paul Kennedy, man. What a day. Want to bring in Lorena? Lorena, come on the show, Paul.
Yeah, Senator, thank you. Look, listen, let me just leave one advice. And I'm hearing the rumors that the government is trying to buy a private jet for 30 million, 25 million. Look, whatever the million is, if they actually want to buy the jet, a Boeing 737, maybe 100, 150 seated will cost around 45 to 50 million. What the government can do is they can actually put that 20 million down and take the other one on credit and be paying small and fix the business of first class. The president wants to travel, they travel with him on private. But then while the president is in the country, they can use that very jet to jet between Liberia and the West African countries. That way the government will be bringing money as a revenue to maintain the plane and do other things. And then the plane can be Air Liberia, whatever Liberia they want to call it. But if you just take 25 or 30 million and put it in the 17 to 18 seater jet, would be no real monetary benefit to the country. So the advice I wanted to give tonight, and I know that's just a speculation of the government trying to buy a private jet. I would suggest if that rumor is true, the government should think about a future of the country. Instead of buying a 17, 18, 20 seater jet, you can put that money down and you can get a whole big 737 that can be used as a commercial airline when the president is not traveling. And when the president is traveling, you can use it to take the president. Senator, you say I should not advise this government, but I will continue to advise the government wherever I can, because I think if the government does well, the entire country will do well, and I, as the president, will do well. Thank you.
I didn't say don't advise the government, though. You were speaking to your brother Stephen, and that's what we all were talking about. But Paul, thank you very much. Always, again, it's good having you, and hope to see you tomorrow by God's grace.
Thank you. Sir. Good evening, Lorena. Thank you so much for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Lorena, thank you very much. Lorena Honoree. Lorena G, the Little Supreme Honoree. Thank you very much for producing tonight. Please drive home safely. Please be safe, and pray to see you again tomorrow by God's grace. To all of you following us, our brother Salos Pensy, Chris Midba, and everybody else, we want to say again, let me send a shout out. We didn't do it to Piso Sedita. Today is her birthday, the former gender minister Piso Sedita. We want to say happy birthday to you, the lady Piso Sedita. Minister Piso Sedita, Godspeed. We're wishing you all the best as you celebrate your birthday today. To all of you out there that are celebrating your birthday, we wish you God's blessing. Continue to share our program. Continue to follow us. We'll do our best to give you the information you so desire. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. Amen. And have a good night.
All right. I tell you, that's the CEO right there saying good night to you. Thank you for being there. Of course, another top-notch presentation comes tonight, because it's already Saturday. I was just saying thanks to you for being there. Thank you. Continue to be there, because Midnight Politics comes on. Nelson Fuller is already in the building. My name is Lorena Only. Always put God first in whatever you do. Have a wonderful
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.